Guess that pipe's not getting lit. Hang on, fellas. What? Well, hello, you guys. Welcome to a Friday night edition of the Gabbin' and the Games. Good to have you here. I appreciate you being here for the 6th of December.
Go suck a big fucking dick.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you getting so aggressive for? It's good to see everybody. We got a lot of game news. God, a lot of fucking games. Good games to play this weekend. I'm looking forward to it. I do want to remind you guys, if you are members of the stream, there is a room in the Discord called... where'd it go? It's called Damn It Jaffe Look, or Damn It Look Jaffe. So if you see a card go up or a chat go up and you're like, man, I want Jaffe to talk about that. I may not, but you know, it's hard to see everything. So pop it in there in the Discord and I'll make sure I at least take a look at it. Before we get going, I want to say JJ saying thank you, buddy. This guy has been a member of the stream for 4 months. Thank you, sir. Here's what he has to say. He says, Indy Jones' Marvel Rivals Path of Exile 2 really dominated today as greatest of all time games. You goddamn right. Truth Live says they're talking about woke in the chat. I know what woke means, but people think woke means everything. No, woke is just another word that's been co-opted from the African-American community, and a bunch of white people have said, we'll take that, please, along with, you know, you from your homes and all kinds of other things. That, you know, whatever. Listen to me. I want to tell you something. We got game stuff. But I do want to comment briefly in the chat on this guy who said, Dan Sheehan says, guys, go watch Hypnotic. This guy sucks, meaning me. Fine, great. Go watch Hypnotic. I have a question, though. Is there a term for when you debate or argue? And I don't mean, I'm not being silly, like I'm not looking for like a dig at this Hypnotic guy, but I've had a number of people over the years when I talk to them where they'll debate in a way, Pete Turtle does this, but I think it's like a shtick, where let me try to describe this. They'll say something and it'll be, they'll be like, well, what about this thing, Jaffe? And then because what they're asking about is really sort of not related. So it causes me to kind of go, well, that's not really what we're talking about, whatever. And what they'll do is go, see? And I'm like, you know, what is that called? Is that just bad faith arguing, or is there like a term of that? Because I find it, like, I'd like to look it up to figure out if there is a way to explain to those people when you're having a debate with them that, you know, just because you say that doesn't mean you've won an argument. It just means that you're kind of derailing the debate that we were having, is what I would say. Awesome Tatum, you've been fighting the indie trolls all day on Twitter. There are indie trolls? Really? I mean, I know there are people who are out there hating on Indiana Jones because it's, quote, woke. But are there actually trolls out there? Really? Yeah, there's a term for it. It's called stupid. I was just curious. I know it's, you know, straw man, deflection. Could be deflection. Like, I would love to get one day when I'm arguing with one of these jackasses, I would love to get a totally neutral sort of professional debate judge. Not like debate like you're doing it in high school. And it's like, you have to say these 4 points, but just like someone who doesn't have a vested interest in either side winning a conversation or make the most convincing argument. And then just kind of going, okay, go Jaffe, go whoever you're talking to. And let's just kind of, cause it's really impossible to do it like this. How the hell is Indy woke, says Jay. Well, I guess for these guys, maybe it's he hates Nazis. I mean, I have so enjoyed just that pure, and I'm not a very patriotic guy. I don't really believe in the rah-rah, all that stuff, but it sure is nice to have a guy on the fucking screen again who is basically like, fuck Hitler, fuck Nazis, fuck fascism, fuck Mussolini, fuck all of these fucking assholes. You know, it's nice to have it very, very clearly laid out by one of your on-screen heroes. So I have seen people kind of complaining. We were talking about this today in the other chat. It was so funny because Grums is now saying, this is my favorite. I mean, this is game stuff, I promise. It's just that it's indie related because that's all I've been playing. I fucking love this game. Obviously, I'm going to be biased because I love the character so fucking much, but clearly a lot of other people love the game as well. It's sitting at an 87 on Metacritic. That's PC and Xbox. It'll be out on PS5 in a couple of months. But I really love it. It's hard to separate my love for the character and my love for just the franchise growing up with just the game itself. But I played it all last night. I played a bunch of it today. I plan on playing it all weekend, streaming a bunch of it. I'm just super in love with this game and having a great time. And I saw that there was somebody put up a thread of Grums going pretty much, watch out, boys, Indie's woke. Look at this guy saying we're making it for the modern audience. And it's like, first off, guys, the only person the modern audience is a dog whistle for is you. When they said we're making it for a modern audience, what I took was most people who are below the age of 30, if they know who Indiana Jones is, it's kind of like when I was a kid and I was aware who John Wayne was, but I wasn't like, so that's what they're talking about. Okay. But even if they weren't, fine, but here's what they didn't like. You talentless fuckers. You talentless, grifting fuckers. Okay? The lead narrative designer, has what they call like a soy boy face or something, and he's wearing like some kind of square, and then there's a rainbow in it, so some kind of LGBT support and stuff. This motherfucker has just been the lead writer on one of the very best games, and not only the very best games, but one of the very best Indiana Jones stories since 1989. Spielberg couldn't do it. Lucas couldn't do it. James Mangold couldn't do it. None of these fuckers could do it, but this guy did. So you know what? Take your hate of the woke and the hate of people who are living their lives openly and proudly and stick it up your little fucking racist, anti-Semitic, homophobic, anti-Muslim, anti-Catholic, anti-anything that is not you. Stick it up your butthole, because this motherfucker delivered, and you would love to be able to have half the talent that this dude has. And let me tell you something else. So Grums says that, and then Grums sees the reviews and he's like, well, and you can see this on his tweet. Okay, I'll play it this weekend. I'll play it this weekend and I'll let you know if there's any red flags. Fuck you. You don't deserve a good game. Go play your fucking, bullshit. Go play, Stellar Blade the 5th time. Like you actually haven't finished fucking Stellar Blade, you idiot. I don't like these people. All right. Meme on the roof says, choke on my cock, Grums. Oh, you like Grums? No, I mean, that's fine. I support people's right to like people and stuff. I don't happen to like him, but yeah, I mean, if you want to offer him up your penis, I know he's, that sounds like a good offer for a girl like him. Okay. Let's move forward. I was disappointed in Greg Miller's take on Indy. He gave it a 6.5, saying it was too much like the movies. I don't agree with him. I would absolutely agree with Greg Miller, and I am not going to spoil anything that hasn't already been spoiled. Let's just say the opening of the game you'll find very familiar if you're an Indiana Jones fan. And if the entire game were that, I would absolutely agree with Greg Miller's take on it, because I liked it as a fan, but I'm like, this can't be the whole game. It kind of felt like it was like almost like a Detroit Become Human sort of thing, where it was just like a lot of on-screen keys to get it to do a cinematic motion that you're like, I remember that motion. He did that in that movie. But once you get out of that, even though that segment's so cool, it's very short, it opens up mightily. It becomes, like I said earlier today on the show, I said, I was talking about Mr. Matty Plays' take on it, and he said it's like Discord meets Indiana Jones. And I don't particularly like Dishonored. I don't particularly like that game personally, but I think it's a pretty good description of it. And so I don't agree with that it just feels like it's the movies. I think it's it's not the greatest hits of Indy. This feels like somebody grew up loving Indiana Jones, and now they're making another movie that's not about, I love Indy, I just want to do all the Indy stuff. It's like, I get Indy, I understand the character, I understand what makes him and his world appealing, and I'm going to write a story that picks up right where Raiders pretty much leaves off. And what a joy, what a treat. So, you know what? If that's too woke for you, imagine the games, these idiots. We're going to get back to this later because there's a story Kotaku wrote that I want to read about. But here's the point. Play Indy if you like it. If you're on the fence about it, I'll be streaming it all weekend long. I might even stream it tonight. Oh, well, is it better than Spider-Man 2 on PS5? I mean, they're very, very different. I mean, it's better for me because I like the character more. I like the way the character's presented more in the game. I like more of the puzzles. Like there are real honest to goodness puzzles in this game. I'm not saying it's like, it's like a fucking Mensa test or anything, but it's not just like pull a lever and something happens. There are a few of those, but there are actual like LucasArts style puzzles gloriously created in 3D. And you're like, holy shit. I'll say this without spoiling anything. Hey, Nick Wiley. Wait a minute. He says, my mom died. I have nobody. Going to be gone for a long time. Goodbye, everyone. Nick Wiley. Well, look, you don't have to text or anything, but stay, we're always here for you. Come on, man. I'm sorry, but I've had my mom die too. It happens. It happens. It sucks. But, yeah, man, I'm sorry to hear that. It's real crappy. Sorry, buddy. And Meme says his dad died. Yeah, I've lost my mom and my dad. I hope they don't find their way back home. But yeah, take care, Nick, and we're here for you when you want to get back. But yeah, Indy, it's great. And the other thing I'll say about it is, as a big Indiana Jones fan, I was never one of these guys that said only Harrison Ford can play Indiana Jones. I've never liked that. Like, I didn't like the last two movies. He's way too fucking old. And even though, yes, Troy Baker is doing a Harrison Ford as Indy impersonation, it is like, oh my God, it is so great to see Indiana Jones again. Not some old fucking 80-year-old struggling with his twilight years. That's not why I go see Indiana Jones. I'm not looking to watch, grumpy old men or ordinary people or any of those. Just let me fucking watch a fun adventure story. That's what this fucking is. Yeah, it's like saying only Sean Connery should play Bond, which was nonsense. And people have gotten used to all the different Bonds. Fucking Indiana Jones was created because Spielberg wanted to direct James Bond. They wouldn't let him. So come on, man. I would say hopefully what this does, if it is a success, and I'm still hit or miss on how successful it's going to be because it is a very heavy systems-based game compared to something like an Uncharted, which is very much a, hey, let us take you for a ride. It's like, hey, good luck with the puzzles. Obviously, we're going to give you options if you want to make them easier or whatever. Good luck with the stealth. We'll make it easier if you want. But it's a game. It's not a movie game. And in that, I don't know how that's going to deliver to people. But boy, it's really, really good. And I hope it delivers enough that we actually can get a handful more, at least, of these out of machine games. Because I want at least 4 or 5 more Indiana Jones stories now. So, okay. Yeah, Blackjack says the Indiana Jones, The Dial of Destiny felt like direct to Redbox. It was terrible. Fucking terrible. Okay. Yeah, Fonzie says, I want to see charismatic swashbuckling explorer take on bad guys adventuring in exotic, interesting places. That's what you get. No, it's not a cinematic experience. It's not a first-party cinematic experience from Sony. Those are great too, but this feels much more like a simulation. It's not a sandbox because it's not like a GTA open world, but the levels are massive and you can do things in different orders. It's very much a cousin to a Harvey Smith, Warren Spector immersive sim, but it doesn't go that far. Should I watch the Indy movies before Indy comes out for us poors, Jaffe? I mean, if you want to, I don't care. It doesn't make the game better or worse unless you just don't know Indy. And if you don't know Indy, that's an impossible question for me to ask because I know a lot of the heavy lifting of the game, some of it anyway, is done because what I know of the character. So I have no clue if you come to it fresh with no knowledge of Indiana Jones. I have no clue what your response is going to be. But I would be curious. That would be really interesting to see how someone's like, I've heard of Indy. I don't know what it is. Let me just play this. Maybe they'll be like, eh. Yeah, Wayne B says never seen him. Then fucking if you have Game Pass, play it. Even if you only play it for an hour, let me know. But yeah, is it canon? I don't really know what that means, true story. I mean, I know what you're asking, but I don't know. But what I'll say on two quick things and I'll move on. One is, yeah, the puzzles are great. I'll just call it the Jesus puzzle. People who have played it will know it. I'm not saying that's the best puzzle in the game. I'm still quite early, but it's so nice to have real fucking puzzles back in games that call themselves adventure games that are not, let me stand on this plate and then, throw a rock to flip a switch. Yay, I solved the puzzle. These are fucking puzzles. Again, they're not like crazy hard. They don't demand, like you don't get stuck for an hour. And there are hints if you want them, but it is wonderful to actually have that. The other thing I'll say is, yeah, Troy Baker is excellent in this role. I just got to the part, and it's not spoiling anything, where he meets the main girl of the movie, of the story, of the game, right? The one you've seen in the trailers. And boy, it's cool. It's like watching Indiana Jones the movie. They're flirting, and there's charisma, and there's chemistry between the two of them. It is really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. So I recommend it. I recommend it. What is the name of God, Jaffe? Says Tyler. I don't think things that don't exist have names, do they? You get it. What is my take on having to sign up for a Ubisoft, Blizzard, EA, Activision account to play a fucking game? I think it's really fucking annoying. But I also think that depending on the benefits, like I don't mind, because I don't have a lot of Dragon Age background. I played I played about halfway through Inquisition. That's it. That's my only Dragon Age experience. And I'm playing Veilguard the other day, and I encounter this character called the Inquisitor, right? Which, if you know Dragon Age, you know what I'm talking about. And I'm like looking at her, and I'm going, did they get my data off EA.com, and they basically procedurally built my version of the character creator that was the Inquisitor, and now she's here in this game? I'm not saying they did, but I didn't know. I don't remember. It's been 10 years. But I'm like, that kind of stuff, when they throw you those bones in order to get your email or order to get you to sign up for bullshit, I'm okay with stuff like that. But, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. It's a total pain in the ass. Absolutely. I hate it. But, I'm playing it right now while watching you, says Mitchell, Indiana Jones. I love how I control the pace. Right now, I'm just exploring and chilling. Yeah, I don't know how far you are, but I did that as well. Like, I knew I was streaming it last night, and part of me was like, all right, get a move on, Jaffe. People want to see stuff. But I'm like, you know what? I'm in Marshall College, and if you love Indiana Jones, that's where he teaches or used to teach. And I just liked exploring, man. I liked looking around and just kind of being lost. But yeah, if you just want to say, fuck it, I'm just going to go on the adventure, that's easy too. You can just do it right away. Path of Exile, people are excited about this weekend. I am going to wait because it's an early access. I have too many things to play already. And when it comes out of early access, I assume it's going to be free to play. But even if it's not, I'll wait till the bugs get, because, I got Dragon Age to finish. I have Indy to finish. I got to practice for Call of Duty. I still haven't finished the campaign. So Mitchell says regarding Indy, that's why I haven't felt the need to stream it. It's way too chill of a game to feel any pressure to keep pushing forward. Yeah. Anybody who comes to that particular stream for me, it's like, hey man, I'm playing this game. I'll talk to you, but I'm not performing right now. I'm just fucking playing. Ryan says, Jaffe, you never finish games. I do finish games. I absolutely finish games, but I don't finish most of them. Like this year, I finished Star Wars. I finished a game called Hollow Body. I finished a game called, I think it was called Return to Grace. I finished about 6 games this year. But no, when I get absolutely bored, I move on. Dan Sheehan says Dragon Age is terrible. Cool. I'm sorry you don't like it. I think it's wonderful. It's one of my top 5 games of the year. It's excellent. Where is the adventure in Shanghai where Short Round and Indy get drunk and meet up with hookers? Hey, you never know. I mean, the what's his name? Ki Hu Kwan, who won an Oscar last year. He's riding high right now because of being in that movie, and people have been saying, give us a fucking Short Round Disney Plus movie. So, Scott says Greg Miller gave it a 6.5 because the AI sucks. The boat sections are boring and the side missions fuck up the pacing and get you off course way too much. And you eat lemons for health. You do eat lemons for health. So the AI is not great. I will agree. I mean, it's not distractingly bad, but there are times where you're like, dude, it's a stealth game. What are you doing? I don't know why that's so hard. I've never worked in a stealth game, so I'm sure there's a reason, but it is weird. The side missions only fuck up. Again, that's a different thing. And Greg's not a PC gamer. And so I'm not saying only PC games do this, but the more PC games you play, the more you get used to that level of freedom that they offer. And you really have to take control of your experience. I struggle with that shit as well. I that's why Starfield, even though it wasn't just PC, didn't perform well for a lot of people. And they're like, Jaffe, how can you say that's one of your favorite games of last year? But it's because I read some of the reviews that said, hey, stay on the main path of this game at the beginning. Eventually you're going to want to go off and whatnot, but we recommend really 75% main pathing it. Go explore a little bit here and there. So a lot of people got that game, got in a spaceship, flew out, hey, I'll go to any planet, and they landed and they're like, this is fucking boring as fuck. And I'm like, yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Jaffe, have you ever beaten Elden Ring, your supposed favorite game of all time? You seem to just follow trends. Fuck you, Ryan. Fuck you, Ryan. Follow trends? Who the fuck you talking to? Follow trends. To what end? I'm 53 years old. What value do I get out of following trends? One of my favorite games this year, you probably never even heard of, called While We Wait Here. I played Mouthwashing about 2 months ago before everybody was talking about it, before Asmongold even ever fucking heard about it. Don't fucking tell me I fucking follow trends. Fucking 2-bit floozy. I play what I want to fucking play. And Elden Ring is my favorite game of all time, but I have a lot of fucking things to play. And I get bored of things. And here's how you know it's a great game, Ryan, for me, is I'll come back to it over and over and over. So Elden Ring, I am absolutely, I can tell you where I'm at, but it's somewhat non-linear. So, but I've killed the fire troll in the snow. I've lit the tree on fire. I don't know, whatever you need to know. And now, honestly, what happened is something else came out. Like, I beat Bloodborne, but something else came out, and then I got distracted, and things kept coming out. And I love going back to it, and I go back to it all the time. But I don't need you to tell me how to play my fucking games. My money spends just as good as yours. I bought my copy. I'll finish it when I fucking want to finish it. Ark says, didn't you say Starfield was the best single player game you played? Nope, but a lot of people will say that. It would be wonderful if people would go, you know what, let me check in with the source. I appreciate you asking, Ark. No, what I said was Starfield has the best single player narrative that I've ever experienced in a video game. That's what I said. I did not say it was the best single player game I've ever played, but it is the best single player narrative I've ever experienced. Absolutely. So, there you go. I bet Jaffe summons for every boss. I never, if you mean summoning other people, like real people, never. I never bring people into my game. I do use the, forget what it's called. Is it the War Ashes or whatever? I use the thing that makes the mimic tier of me. I use that on every boss because I'm rubbish at the game, but I fucking love it. Serious, he is. Oh, yeah. God of War is one of the greatest games ever. Not the newer woke garbage, but the original ones. Where is the guy that made those? Says Dan. I'm right here, bitch. This is the problem, Daniel. Is you believe what you're told without questioning, and I worry about our world that way because you're probably younger than I am. And that means it's like, where did you get your education? In a sewer with like a fucking, I got nothing, buddy. But fuck you, tell me to calm. Look, Dan, you fucking cocksucking loser. This is what Dan says to me. He says, where's the guy who made those? And then I'm answering, and it's clearly a barb. And he says, hey, man, calm down. No, I won't calm down, because you're basically trying to insult me, you whore. Okay? Try that on your mother. Trust me, I did it last night. She gave me an extra 50. Wink. Wink. But what I'll tell you is this is why you don't, a lot of people don't get things. Like, people act like, where's that, Jaffe? So let me get this right, Daniel. So what you're telling me, sir, is just because I want people to have equal rights, just because I want people who are different races, different religions, different sexual orientations, different gender orientations, or however that term comes, that means I also can't enjoy over-the-top sexuality and crazy violence. If I were to make God of War 1 again, I would do nothing different in terms of the content if I had the control. If Sony said, do what you want, it would have more tits. It would have more brutality. It would have more over the top sexuality because I like that stuff in that game. Your problem, sir, is you have been convinced that people are black and white. And you've also been convinced that if you are someone that is caring and kind and wants everybody to have a seat at the table if they've earned it, which most people have, that means you can't also go off and have a lot of fucking fun. You're a very simple-minded human, sir, and I hope you get some therapy. Ryan says, I only ever played the God of War PSP title. The series never appealed to me. Jaffe, did you work on this one? I only worked on it enough with Ready at Dawn to kind of get the story kind of working with Rue, and he really wrote the story. But it took kind of the same thing with God of War 2, although I did co-write the story with Marianne and Corey. But once it was clear they were off to the races, they didn't really need me. It wasn't like I backed off. I did. But it wasn't like, I don't know, should I take the training wheels off? They were great. It just took a little while to really kind of define what these games were going to be because it was a new franchise. And then, yeah, they were fucking awesome. Yeah, rest in peace, Ready at Dawn. Absolutely. Just make games. Stop putting in gender politics, you fucking are. I'll put in whatever the fuck I want, but I don't make games anymore. But go play something else, Danny. Every game, do you think every game is made for you? If there's a video game that doesn't have a character that you feel good about, then go play something else. Go play fucking something else. Everything is not for you. What? Where did you get that idea? I can't give you a lifetime membership. It's a YouTube thing. I can't offer anything like that. I would if I could. I'm not, yeah, that's okay, Ravnos. Ravnos says it's getting to the point where people come around to see if they can trigger Jaffe to say something for folks to clip and make content. I don't care about that. I really don't. It's not, there is this chasm, this schism, if you will, betwixt what a lot of people on the internet think is a burn or an own, and what I think is a burn or an own. I don't care if Asmongold gets, a 20-minute video out of responding to something I've said. I don't give a fuck. What I would care more about is I want to be able to say what I want to say. I want to be able to express what I want to express. I want to be able to fight back against people who I think are assholes. The rest of it, yeah, do what you want with the content for the most part, if it's this kind of content. J-Lord says, if there's a market as we see with Asian games for devs, why is it like not happening in the West? Thank you for the super chat, buddy, but I don't understand. If there's a market as we see with Asian games for and devs like it, I know you spent money and I appreciate it. I really, really do. And maybe somebody in the chat like a mod can look for your next comment if you want to try to retype it. I don't know what you're asking me. I think I know, but I kind of sort of don't really know what you're asking me. So, okay. Is all games aren't for everyone why there's a big community online trying to force an easy mode into Souls games? Which is it? Seems like it changes depending on if the game has politics. Let me think through what you're asking me. I think you meant, if all games are not for everyone, why is there a community online trying to force an easy mode into Souls games? Because people are going to ask for what they want. That doesn't mean they're going to get it. Here's what I'll say on the Souls thing. Miyazaki is right now the greatest working video game director on the planet, and he's certainly on the Mount Rushmore. Absolutely. And it took me some time because I had to play Bloodborne over and over, and I played it on stream, and the stream finally helped me out to understand it. And I have this Bloodborne book that I bought because I'm going to play it again because I just love it so fucking much. But I absolutely get people that look at the worlds that Miyazaki and his team have created, and they go, I want to be part of that. That looks awesome. And it's just, it's not even that, yes, they're very hard, but they are brilliant, especially Elden Ring, and giving you lots of things to do if it gets too hard to go off and find other solutions, which is why that game is so delightfully emergent. But What I would say is, people can ask for what they want. You can ask and go, for whatever reason, I really don't like LGBT people. I don't want them in my video games. Okay, cool. But then don't play the games that have them. Like, you can complain that the From Software games are hard. That's fine. But to start like we're going to petition, hold the line, boys. We're winning the war. Like you're some kind of fucking 8th grader, not even 8th grader, like 3rd grader who fucking saw Star Wars for the first time and you're playing in the backyard at recess with your buddies. And what are you talking like a fucking idiot? Like you think you live in a comic book or something. But you can kind of go, yeah, I really wish games did this and move on with your fucking life because those games are out there. But, most of these people don't even seem to play games. Now, Asmongold, from what I gather, I've only watched him since he's, gone off on me, and I haven't watched him much, but he seems to actually be a gamer who plays games. But a lot of these people, and so, by the way, so does Veridark, by the way, which I appreciate. But a lot of them, it's like, do you even play fucking video games? All the stuff that you're asking about is out there. It exists. What are you talking about? J-Lord drops super chat again. He says, if there is a market for it, as we see with success with Asian games, why are Western devs not giving us the product? Giving you what product? If you point to, I assume you're talking Black Myth, and I assume you're talking Stellar Blade, right? So Black Myth is a lightning in a bottle only because most of the sales of Black Myth came from China. People were given holidays off to play the game. It was a big sense of national pride over there. It's a big fucking deal over there. And it's basically, to some extent, I'm not an expert in this, but to some extent, it's kind of like their Jesus story or their Bible. If you look at Journey to the West, there's a real love and it's marbled into that culture over there. In America, that game sold well, but it sold like, 4 million, 5 million copies, I think, which is excellent. But, it's not Grand Theft Auto. Stellar Blade hasn't broken 2 million, which is great for a game that costs 50 million. But these guys that are out there telling you that Stellar Blade is some kind of flag in the ground saying, see, we told you what you should do. Now you should fucking do it because look at Stellar Blade. It's like, yeah, look at Stellar Blade. $50 million game and you sold under 2 million. You're going to get a sequel. You'll probably eventually get to 4 or 5 million. That's excellent. And it's a really good game. But the idea that Stellar Blade is some kind of like, oh, this is it, boys. Now they'll open their eyes to what? To what? To a really good game that people like, that's super sexy and fun? Sure, hopefully they will. But, they'll also open their eyes to Spider-Man 2 that these people think is woke beyond woke, is like heading into 15 million copies sold. So, what about Final Fantasy? Final Fantasy, if you're talking about Rebirth, Reborn, there's so much baggage, good and bad, but mostly good, that comes with that. It's doing it from scratch though. Here's a great one, by the way, and a little bit later in the show. Okay, I'll tell you what, ArcVision, send me a time code. Tell me the time code and I'll look at it and I'll respond to it. A little bit later in the show, we're going to talk about the new game from the Dragon Age guy who's working with Square that will be out next month, I think, which is on Game Pass. They just dropped the trailer and, we'll take a look at it. We'll see if people like it or not, because that's kind of, I know it's not Final Fantasy, but I'm saying there's a lot of games that come over from Japan, specifically Square Enix, that do well, but they don't do super duper Final Fantasy because, again, there's, you're doing a remake of a beloved game where the people who loved the game when they were like 8 are now adults. They have spending money, blah, blah, blah. But again, like Jose says, wait for Stellar Blade to hit Steam. Then great, man. Jose, let me try to make this as clear as I can to some of you guys. It's not that those of us who don't agree with you, at least to some degree. Yeah, Metaphor ReFantazia is great from what I hear. I played the demo, but I haven't played the full game. It's great. And no one's saying those games should go anywhere. No one's saying those games should vanish. It's not an either or. So yeah, go play Stellar Blade. If you found Dragon Age too progressive, then go play Stellar Blade. But guess what? Not everybody only wants to make Stellar Blade. And No, you don't. This is not, the entertainment industry is not, as much as you think it is and have been lied to and convinced it is not a short order cooked diner where you walk in and say, I want moons over my hammy, but I want you to remove the cheese and I want you to put in this. It's not that. Go make your own fucking games, man. I mean, but I'm not knocking Stellar Blade. I'm not knocking the Asian games. I'm not knocking The First Descendant, which I played. I got bored of it, but I enjoyed. I liked how overtly sexual it was. But, not everything's for you. Is it because you come from a generation where everybody got the trophy and you just expect everyone to bend over and give you whatever the fuck you want? There's all kinds of games out there, man. They're not all for you. How's that hard? How is that hard to get your head around? Right. Wayne B says there's so many games out. If Dragon Age doesn't hit the vibe, then move on. Find something else. All right. So Arc Vision says the timestamp is 4 seconds in. Okay. I'll look at it. What is it? What is the name of it? So if I go to my channel and I get it. You guys don't like the arguing. I get, it's late. I'm tired. I kind of like debating. It's fun. And I don't like a lot of these people. That's the truth. But trust me, I got tons of topics. I'm going to blow your mind with all the topics I got. We'll get there. But I do want to see this Starfield thing real quick. Starfield review and narrative. Okay. And it's 4 seconds in. This was my favorite single player game ever. Okay. Here we go. 1 second.
This is going to be a pretty...
Let's bring it up.
Comprehensive video about Starfield. Let me just cut to the chase. It's the best single player video game I've ever played. I adore it. It is one of my favorites ever. Here's how the video is going to be.
Okay, well, I said it's the best, one of my favorites ever, but okay, that's fair.
I'll give you a quick review, what I liked, what I did.
Okay, so would I say it is my favorite video game ever? No, it is but here let me be a little more clear now that I've had a year. It is in my top 5 single-player video gaming best experiences of all time. It may be the best, but I have to think about it. It is easily the best written, best narrative of any single-player video game I've played. There you go. There's my answer. Yeah, Jaffe's reusing content. What is this, a Miyazaki game? Yep, there you go. Jose, what is wrong with this? He says there's nothing wrong with wanting to play a character that is aesthetically pleasing to the eye. Yep, you're right. There's nothing wrong with it. Why not continue along that line? You should continue along that line if you want. But no, you don't run every developer. Some people want to make what they want to make. If you don't like it, don't play it. Why is this hard? You know what? I'm probably not going to play Path of Exile 2 unless people rave about it and it comes out of early access. I'm not going to spend the weekend complaining about it. I'm not going to go to Grum's little chubby short How to Fight, like the people in the woods in like Arkansas that are like gearing up the militias. Like he's got the video game version of that. And I'm a short chubby guy too, so I can say that. But I'm just like, yeah, so don't fucking play it, man. What does it fucking matter? Why? I mean, seriously, I'm asking you directly, Jose, why do they don't want to continue with it sometimes. And sometimes people do. And sometimes people are like, yeah, I want to try something different. Why do you even think about it, man? J Lord, thank you for the super chat. He says, I'm not even talking about sexuality and violence or politics. Have you ever asked a Western dev why is conventional female beauty out not trying to change the industry, wondering why? So, yeah, I mean, it's real simple in my opinion. I mean, I was in the industry before a lot of that kind of 2020 stuff happened. But there has been a shift in a lot of people's thinking in mainstream entertainment, which says that we have a bigger responsibility when we put things out into the culture. It perpetuates stereotypes, right? Which is why a lot of people are like, that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm not sexist in what I said. I don't get into it, but I'm saying that stereotyping, it can harm people and it can send bad messages. And so do I think some people in positions of creative power may be oversteered to the point of maybe going, but my message is so important. We can't make every woman in a video game super hot because it sends this message that we think is really damaging to society if that's all we do. And I agree with that message, but I don't agree with the message that we can't also enjoy pretty people and hot people in video games and media. I think you can and should do both. And so maybe the answer, J Lord, is that some of these people went a little bit too far, because being hit with that profound sense of, oh my God, what have we been doing? I can see how there might be a little bit of an oversteering the car. And it seems like it's kind of getting back a little bit, more towards the center, but I still think you're going to get a lot of that good progressive nutrition that comes with it, right? Because what you're asking for, I don't think most people have a problem with, right? I don't think most people are like, let's make video game characters that don't look appealing. But take Star Wars Outlaws, that a bunch of you type of guys really laid into. Whether you like the game or not, I happen to think it was a great game. But Kay Vess, whatever her name is, great fucking character. And there's some technical issues with all the faces in the game. That's not a DEI thing or a progressive thing. That's just a technical thing. But she's cute. She's spunky. She's feisty. I like her. She's a real cute character. But yeah, she's not walking around with her shirt undone to the very bottom button, with her boobs heaving and her nips popping through the wet t-shirt and going, "Hey boys, what's up?" Because that's not Star Wars, and that's not the game they wanted to make. And so what I think a lot of us, either who talk about this or who still are working in games, think is like, go fucking jerk off or get laid, because we're not opposed to hot people in games. But my God, man, settle the fuck down. Not everybody's got to be a fucking, a fucking hustler centerfold or a OnlyFans or a Pornhub actress. Just relax. It's just creepy and it's weird. It's like, how hard up do you got to be that the only relief you can find is in a fucking video game character? So, that's what I would say. That's what I would say. Nudie mags. There you go. Okay, let's move on. Some of the dames got a bit too mouthy in the dev room. Am I right? Says Fonzie. Well, that too. But like Sean Connery says, not a problem with a pop in the mouth. Come on. Eric says, tell that to Concord. Yeah, Concord went way too fucking far. Somebody should have come in and said what someone in this chat or someone on somewhere on the internet said that game was aggressively opposed to the male gaze, and you could feel it. And I think they shat the bed, and they deserved to shit the bed when it came to their character designs. They were rubbish. They were absolutely rubbish. By the way, any mods, like I said, I'm looking at this Jaffe channel. I know not everybody likes it when I go off on this topic. It's easy topic for me. I'm passionate about it. If it's time to move on, let me know if it's time to move on. They're the same people who got mad at women for making money off their bodies. It's weird. Yeah, it's all weird. It's all fucking weird. Ryan says if Concord was a hit, he would be praising it like Veilguard. Veilguard is not a hit, you fucking moron. Okay. Zach says move on. All right. What do you think, Tech Protect? Time to move on? Time to get into the next topic? Here's the next topic. Let's just do it anyway. Let's move on anyway. I don't care. Yeah. I can't help but be racist. It's true. Hello, Dave Goodrich. Veilguard, do we have any sales figures? I think it's like done $1 million in a month, which I guess is okay. But, it's nothing big though. Okay. Let's move forward. Let's talk about double standards, boys. It's progressive woke. No, seriously, this is kind of weird to me, but I get it. But it's weird to me, but I get it. Activision's double standard, says this guy I only discovered today. I'm not quite sure what he is all about, but Mario Nallfall says he has the #1 show on Twitter, whatever. Here's what he says. He says, where'd it go? There it is. He says, Activision's double standard, banning trash talk but adding bongs. Activision cracks down on players for cursing and trash talking in Call of Duty voice chat. Meanwhile, they roll out bong-themed skins, weed-wrapped guns, and even a Snoop Dogg operator who literally exhales smoke in the game. Sure, you can't curse out your buddy, but hitting virtual dabs to Totally wholesome family fun. Well, okay, so I don't know if Activision has cracked down on trash talking. They might have, by the way, but I know they've cracked down on hate speech and saying like words like the N word, the F word, homophobic slurs. But I don't know if and they might have, by the way. I don't know. I'm asking. But they cracked down on trash talk like, dude, I don't fucking know. You're so slow that, it makes Forrest Gump, I don't do these things off the cuff, look like a fucking genius. That's terrible. But yeah, I don't think they should crack down on that, but whatever. But it is, here's what I'll say. If they're going to crack down on that, not the hate speech, that I get, that's different. But if they're going to crack down on sort of, we don't want any of that kind of trash talk, even if it's not hate speech in the game, then the bong's a little weird. Thank Fonzie says good effort. Then the bong's a little weird. I like pot. I like psychedelics. I think drugs are actually quite important to people, and they are consciously made into a evil concept for a lot of people because nobody wants you to know that there's an escape hatch to life, and it's called weed, and it's called psilocybin. It doesn't mean you want to leave the world, but there's little vacations you can get without barely any money spent. And God forbid you would discover that, right? It's better to make it seem like it's evil and you never even try it. But that said, if they are cracking down on the weed stuff, that's weird, because otherwise it's like, if they're trying to be like, hey, we want to be it sounds weird, but we want to be the Disney of the first person shooter, which is already Fortnite. Why would you then have a bong? So I don't quite get that. Why, if I may ask, why what, Lucas? It's not about that, Sean. Sean says whatever happened to online interactions are not rated by the ESRB. It's not about the rating so much as it's about probably Microsoft and them wanting to be, they want parents to trust them with their brand. Their brand is so massive now that it's not about the ESRB, rating differently. It's about parents going, hey, my kid was playing and he heard all this stuff that wasn't just kind of fun fucking around that kids do and people do. It was fucking vile shit. That would be my assumption. Awesome says it's like apples and oranges, cursing versus weed. I don't get the argument. Well, I mean, the comparison is that both of them are societally unacceptable. If you get rid of the hate speech part, why are they saying we don't want you even to have fun trash talk that everybody does? But then, like, that's a bridge too far. But a drug that's illegal in at least almost, if not the majority of states, and it's being kind of glamorized and made into a joke. I think that, look, I don't think trash talk and bad language should be banned either in this game. But if you're going to go down that road, it's the same thing as saying Disneyland's not going to let you run around saying, hey, Mickey, go suck your dick, you piece of shit mouse, right? That's the trash talk part. But they will let Goofy run around with the big joint. It's just both of them don't seem very in that wheelhouse of like, hey, this is kind of a PG experience, right? Okay. Jaffe, how many channel members do you have? Are you doing any Christmas giveaways? I have no idea. I don't know how many I have, and I don't even know if I can do giveaways. Can I? I know you can on Patreon, but I don't think I can do it here. Yeah, parental controls exist. Well, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I like dope. I like they have this. I like trash talk, but I'm just pointing it out because I do agree it's kind of a weird double standard. Listen to this, though. Here's the big game of the weekend if you're not into the Indiana Jones and the Path of Exile. Listen to this. Marvel Rivals, which I played the beta both times. I fucking loved it. But I can't, I got to re-download it because something happened, maybe got corrupted because I can't run the fucking thing. Like I go in and none of the characters are appearing. I think it doesn't matter why. But anyway, the point is though, I know what it is. I've played it for a while in the beta. I'm a fan of it. I'm looking forward to it. This motherfucking thing, 500,000 or 448,000 concurrent when it first launched yesterday, right? Fucking huge. If you're Sony, I mean, you know what? Here's what I'll say to you, Sony. Fuck you. You should have known better. And you're still time, right? The idea that you're going to charge 40 fucking bucks for Concord when you know good and well this is coming out. They launched the beta the same time this launched, by the way. The second beta of Rivals came out the weekend Marvel Concord came out. They have the most beloved characters in the world for most people, for gamers. Not all, I know. Nobody loves Marvel, but you know what I'm saying. They're incredibly popular characters. It's a free-to-play game. It's cross-play. It's like Sony, if you want to get into the business of service-based games, you're going to just have to swallow the shit sandwich a little bit. You're going to have to be on Xbox. You're going to have to be on PC. You're going to have to be on PlayStation. You're going to have to be on Switch. You're going to have to be on mobile. Fucking deal with it, right? That's A. B, it's got to be free because all your competition is free. I don't know how they didn't see this. The Concord character's fine. It was a blind spot. But again, if Sony took Concord and rebranded it and made PlayStation Fighters, PlayStation Rivals, come on, man. Come on, man. Anyway, the point is, though, yeah, it's. I don't know what you take if you're Sony or if you're any of these companies. Suicide Squad killed the Justice League, X-Defiant, Concord, all shat the bed. This is one of the biggest free-to-play hits of the year. 450,000 concurrent players. Pretty fucking good. Foam Stars even. Foam Stars announced, remember that fucking piece of shit? Foam Stars, I'm sorry, it was junk. It was junk in the beta. It was junk when they made it not free, made it free to play. And it wasn't junk because it was too much like Splatoon, or Platoon, the Oliver Stone film. It was way too much like that. It was junk because there was too much visual noise and you couldn't actually play the game. I don't know why you couldn't fix that with a fucking patch, but nobody seemed to think that was a problem. I've never finished a match of Foam Stars, not for lack of trying, but because I'm like, I just can't fucking see any fucking thing in this game. Everything is just foam that you can't see through, which I guess is the point, but with the effects and the foam and fuck you. Anyway, the point is Marvel Rivals gets it right. Good for them. I'm excited for them. Here's where they're at right now. As of right now, that's Helldivers. So here's what I was going to say, though, is just because you come out of the gate really, really big doesn't mean you're going to stay there. So Helldivers, their peak 10 months ago was 460,000 players. And they're still doing well, but, you know, that phenomenon only lasts for so long unless you're a very rare group of games. 444,000 yesterday. As of right now, they're basically around there. Going into the weekend, they're 20,000 short. We're already getting into late night Friday. It's going to be a huge game for a while. The question is, can they sustain it? Remember remember Warner Brother Multiverses? No, not near, but still 25% of, 450,000 is pretty big. 153,000 all-time peak. They're at under 1,000 on a Friday night right now. So, I hope these guys, and it's NetEase, they know what they're doing. They have a lot of experience in the space, but I hope these guys have a plan to keep people on the hook, because what I'm hearing right now is in this game, which if it plays as good as the beta and probably plays better, it's good. But and the battle passes and the monetization is really fair. But what I hear is really shitty about it is it's super fucking stingy when it comes to giving you the currency at the end of a battle to let you level up your stuff in your battle pass, which is all cosmetics. And so, yeah, it's nice not to have to spend that much. A battle pass premium is only $5 in this game. It's nice to only have to spend that. But if you pretty much wash out because it takes too long to level up your battle pass that you've paid for, that may as well be just as bad as your battle pass costing $20 a month, because you're going to lose people either way. So I don't know where this is going to go. But right now, though, they're high on the hog, and maybe they'll be one of those rare cases that stay there. Yeah, Matthew says Helldivers 2 is really good, but you can only play something like that for so long. Sure, I mean, unless they keep adding new content, but they're not adding it as fast as they need to if they want to be a beast of a service game, for sure. Rivals has one huge advantage, says Fonzie, a near limitless series of characters to release people. No. When the Fantastic Four movie drops, release the team and Doctor Doom, next X-Men, drop Kitty Pryde and Cyclops, right? Absolutely. I mean, and you can also do variants of the characters that are still different characters, right? You can do, I mean, certainly Ben Reilly is still Spider-Man, but if we just take Peter Parker and say, oh, it's Spider-Man, but it's the time Spider-Man had the powers of like the universe or something. I mean, there's all kinds of fucking shit you can, that you can fuck around with in that. So I agree. If you're fucking, I mean, seriously, think about this for a minute. You are Sony. I don't know, man. I mean, everybody, it's real easy to backseat drive into Monday morning quarterback. So I'm just talking. I don't fucking know. But, you know, it's part of the fun of being a fan. But if you're fucking Sony and you've got the Concord team, sure, get rid of the ones that maybe should have known better in a lot of ways. Keep the team together and go out and basically make DC rivals and make it exclusive to, it doesn't even, I wouldn't even say make it exclusive, make it cross-play everywhere, but, you know, make it your game, you know, make it your fucking, you know, big, you know, free-to-play game, or do it with your characters. I don't get it. I don't get it, but whatever, it is what it is. Oh my God, Ryan, you're one of the most sensitive little bitches I've seen in my fucking life. Settle the fuck down. I'll get to you. I'm doing the show, buddy. I love you. But just because you sign up, here's what I would guess, Ryan. You tell me if I'm wrong. You're signing up because you like the show. I hope. You're signing up because you like the interaction. I hope. But part of that means I get to things when I get to them. If I just interrupt every single time somebody does something that they want to be acknowledged for, everybody else is going to go away. Because it's like, you know, it's hard enough for me to stay focused. Corporate game designer who works in this field, he's a monetization designer working with game developers, says you don't want to overtune a game like this. It's way better to undertune the currency and then double XP weekends to deal with it till you rebalance. Yeah, however they deal with it, but wouldn't you agree, though, that if you make the grind too much of a grind, that it negates all the goodwill that you've been able to generate with the inexpensive battle pass? And it doesn't just get rid of the goodwill, it makes people peel off because it's like, oh, this stopped being like fun, and maybe I feel obligated to play a little bit just because I want to, you know, get this battle pass. And it's just like, it's annoying, right? I don't know. I think it's a real, I mean, you know, it's an art. It's its own little weird kind of art form. He says for the currency thing, you got to pivot like within 1 or 2 weeks of launch. I get it. Listen to this. So we got ourselves a new member, boys. He goes by the name of Ryan. He's a salty old son of a bitch, but we like him around here. He's a good egg. Buddy, thank you for joining the goddamn Cockadoodie's Diet Soda Soldiers. It is very good to have you here and over on the Discord. Seriously, no joke. Thank you, buddy. This soundbite goes out to your mother.
That's a huge bitch.
You're goddamn right. Ryan, we love you. And also, I want to let you know that Wayne B has been a member for 21 months. Thank you, sir. He says, acknowledge me, old man. Fuck you and the horse you done rid in on, sir. I love you, Wayne B. Thank you for being part of our community. I appreciate it, bud. Jaffe, where's my wheel spin? I don't do wheel spins anymore. It's a long story. Okay. Here we go. Let's move on. Let's move on to news stories. Shall we? All right. What are we talking about? Listen to this. I'm not going to read that. Can you at least write his name on a board behind you? No. Not doing it. Andy Robinson, journalist, writer of games, creator of VGC, says, expect very big news at the Game Awards next week. Fire up the hype train. Somebody wrote to him and says, is that a guess or a hint? He says, definitely not a guess. So he knows what's going to be there, right? And so I don't know if you caught it yesterday, but yesterday was the PC gaming show Most Wanted. And I'm not going to go through every title in any kind of detail. I'm just going to rip through them really fast. But I wonder what he's talking about, right? I don't think it's going to be, I mean, can you imagine if Keighley got GTA? There's no way it's going to be GTA, but it's possible. Probably won't be GTA, probably won't be a Sony first-party title. Last year, they did reveal God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. Maybe they've got some really cool DLC. I mean, but anything other than something like, here's Ken Levine, Judas is coming out, here's the date, new trailer, demo, that would be big. I imagine. I think so. I'm trying to look at the list of, like, you know, Perfect Dark. We have a new trailer of Perfect Dark, and it's all gameplay. I could see that. I could see Perfect Dark being there and or Fable being there. The new James Bond game from IO, that would be amazing. Death Stranding 2, that's... I mean, I'm sure people who love it, it's going to be great and everything, but I mean, they've already revealed it. We've seen a bunch of it. My expectations, says Alex, are too high for the Game Awards. It's not my expectations. I'm telling you what this journalist has said. Expect a very big Game Awards next week. I don't know. I don't care. I'm not going to be like, oh, what happened? Yeah, it may be nothing. But, he's doubling down. He said, expect a big Game Awards. And then he's like, I'm not giving you a guess. I'm telling you, it's going to be fucking huge. So I could see it be, it could be Dune. I could see it being one of the Xbox games. Let's just say that. Dune Awakening, we've seen. Skate, 007, I could see that. Maybe something there. Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater will probably get a date. That makes sense. Avowed, we already have a bunch of information on that. Kingdom Come, we know when that's coming out. They just dropped a deep dive on that. Looks great. GTA 6, I don't think so, but hey, wouldn't that be cool? Monster Hunter Wilds, we just got a demo. So maybe Doom, Wolverine gameplay. Yep. Fonzie, that's a good guess as well. I could see that. Maybe South of Midnight. We'll see more of South of Midnight. But Perfect Dark is now, who did we just learn? The director of Wolverine, who was the director of Miles Morales, is now over there doing Perfect Dark as well. So it's clearly it's moving along. And I'm going to tell you something else, by the way. I've been talking about this on and off since Indie dropped, but I want to bring this up and tell me if you agree with this thesis, this theory. So I have, a lot of people really lay into me all the time back in the day when I would push the goddamn Game Pass. And I think it's wonderful. I love Game Pass. And people are just like, Jaffe, what are you talking about? Nobody liked it when I did that. Not a lot of people liked it when I did that. But I still believe in it, and I've always said this. I've said if these guys can get a cadence going and actually express Game Pass the way they presented it, which was Phil's vision back in the day, then I think we could see how special this thing is. So here's what we've got, right? You've got Call of Duty, which apparently has done incredibly well for Game Pass. You've got Flight Sim, which even though I can't run it on anything, including cloud gaming, it just doesn't work for me. People seem to love it. Stalker 2, which people aren't even talking about this weekend, and that's how many great games are coming out, is an exclusive to Xbox, and it's excellent. Indiana Jones is excellent. Avowed may be excellent. So here's the question. Do you think, my take on this is this: if come January or February, and then obviously they have Call of Duty. If come January, February, we are not hearing about, or at least Microsoft's not hearing about, a massive shift in subscribers that don't just subscribe but stick around, then I would go, okay, as much as I love Game Pass, I don't think it is sustainable. Because maybe the one criticism I've heard is people are like, well, people don't play games like they listen to songs or watch movies. They're simply too long. And that may be the case. But short of that, this is exactly what I have been wanting to see if this business model is going to prove out. Because how can you... Now, again, I wouldn't, I don't know if you should buy an Xbox at this point or a PlayStation, but I would buy a PC if you got the money. But it's impossible to not look at this holiday season and the first few months of next year and go, unless Sony reveals a bunch of shit in the next couple of weeks, Xbox has a insanely great value of insanely great games, of insanely lots of variety of different types of games. And I'm fascinated by that. I did install Flight Sim. It still doesn't work. It's an interface issue. I don't understand it. One solution, says Prince, is they can make shorter games you can beat in one setting over the weekend to feed Game Pass and keep people. Somebody in the chat earlier says, why do you like Game Pass? And that's exactly what I'm saying, Prince, is that what I hope, why I believe in this so much and why I really want this to work is in between the big titles like Avowed and Indie, right? You're looking at like a 2-month window there. It would be great to get a mouthwashing or While We Wait Here, or maybe a AA game, or Wreckfest 2 day one, or whatever, to keep people subscribing, and they're still really interesting. And then suddenly we start to get a much healthier ecosystem when it comes to design. There actually is a market for games that aren't all 70, 80 hours and over bloated titles. So I think if it works, it will be better for the game design art form, basically. If I were new to gaming, says Brett Moore, I'd still get a PlayStation. Indies are great, but AAA games sell consoles. Well, again, they do. Yeah, you're not wrong on that. I do think cloud's going to disrupt that, but for now, you're right. But again, do you not consider Indiana Jones, Stalker, Call of Duty AAA? Because Sony, again, if you're buying a brand new system, of course, Sony's got a bunch of stuff you've never played. That makes sense. But if it's hard for me to look at least this Christmas and go, I'm going to be spending a lot of time with my PlayStation. I haven't turned my PlayStation on in maybe I don't even know when. I mean, yeah, it's not like been, 5 months or something, but it's not a lot. It's not a lot right now, but I game a lot on PC. Stalker, Indie, Call of Duty will all be on PlayStation 5, says Scott. Yeah, but you'll have to pay $70 for each of them, right? So sure. I'm not saying they're exclusive in that way, but you really want to go pay that much money or just, download the thing. Jaffe, I used to be on board with Game Pass, but none of these new titles appeal to you. Indie, boring. Call of Duty, same. I need something innovative. Okay. So define innovative, Ryan? I mean, are you playing Mouthwashing? Are you playing While We Wait Here? Are you playing, oh my God, I got to show you this game. I'll show you some trailers in a little bit. I don't want to oversell it, but if you really want innovation, you need to be gaming on the PC. There are great innovative titles on Xbox and Switch and PlayStation. I say this all the time, but it's so true. But the innovation happens first and foremost over on PC. Easy. Okay. Anyway, there you go. If they keep up the flow, says Mayhem, of great games, I think they'll continue to increase subs and game sales. However, Xbox doesn't need just Game Pass to become massive. They need more customers in any form. Sure, but I mean, all their customers are on Game Pass. I think if they could get rid of their console, they would. If they could just go cloud for everybody. Let me bring in Dragonfly real quick, then we're going to move on to a new topic. Hang on. All right. Dragonfly's Jaffe. What's up, bud? Dragonfly, where have you been all my fucking life? Yeah. Dragonfly, what's up, bud? All right. Well, you're on the show if you want to say something. I don't think you're muted. Nope, you're good to go. Okay. Let's move on while we're waiting for Dragonfly to get his shit together.
Hello.
Oh, hey, what's
Hello.
up, buddy? How's it going?
Good, thanks.
What do you want to talk
It's
about?
going fine.
Good. What do you want to talk about?
How the gaming industry is dying.
How so?
The western part of it. And the
don't.
AAA studios are going down. You
Okay.
heard the news about Ubisoft, right?
Well, I heard they're trying to sell to
Yeah.
Tencent if they can get the deal that they want and the control that the family wants. But yeah, keep going. I mean, I don't think the gaming industry is dying at all. I think that's a claim that really you can't back up with facts. I think you're seeing a lot of people getting laid off, but the gaming industry is making more money than ever. So where are you getting the data that the game industry is dying?
Okay. Yeah, sorry. You're a legend, so I'm a bit nervous.
Don't be nervous.
I'm okay.
Just don't. Just press the button.
yeah.
Press the button.
Yeah. Sorry. So basically, if I correct, and also I'm not native in English.
Don't worry about it.
So
You sound great. You sound great.
Sorry about that. Okay. So let's talk about the Western gaming industry then. Okay.
Yeah.
I be most perfect.
Okay.
And the reason I think is that the gamers and also the so-called normie gamers are kind of fed up with the pushing of the narrative that of these progressive narratives.
What evidence? Hang on. What evidence do you have to prove that the normies, whoever they are put up or fed up with the progressive narratives in video games?
I think it's obvious in if you look at the news cycle today. So we see these big things that Ubisoft is failing, Ubisoft have been a big normie company. People have loved their games before. So and Assassin's Creed, for example, the series have been huge. It sold like I don't know, the Valhalla series has, I don't know, can we say 1 billion?
Valhalla
it was
was
a
the
huge-
best-selling AC game
yeah.
ever, and they haven't put out another mainline one. I don't know how Mirage did, but it got good
I
reviews.
think
and
Mirage was fine, but
Okay,
it
but
didn't sold.
the
It
next
didn't
big
sold because it wasn't made for the normies. It was more like hardcore game, as
Okay.
I would say.
But you would agree,
I think
though,
it
you would
wasn't-
agree that AC Shadows is their next big swing at the fences for the franchise, right? Like they're
Yeah, but it's riddled with controversy at the
Yeah,
moment.
Okay, but let's stop for a minute. Do you actually think and the answer may be yes, but I just haven't seen the data. Do you actually think that the number of people that are in the echo chamber and bubble of people who even know who Grums is and all these people that are like, this is fucking woke and all this shit. Do you really think, like, when you look at Assassin's Creed, do you think that game is actually, going to fail because of that? I think most people are going to look at it and go, it's a cool hot ninja, a cool big ass samurai. The graphics look great. It's in a franchise that I've always loved. What's not to love? Do you really think they're going to shit on it because there's a black guy as a samurai?
I think this bubble you're talking about, you don't realize that is actually breaking into the normies at the moment.
Well,
I think that's the problem you have at the moment that you are.
hang on. I may not realize it.
okay.
That's what I'm asking you. Give me the data. I know you're saying it is, but what data do you have to suggest that it's breaking into the normies?
I think the failure of the Star Wars game from Ubisoft is basically a good indication for that.
What
Because
were they rejecting?
Star Wars. Why isn't Star Wars selling? It's strange. That's a really normie brand.
Do you think? Okay, well, let's take Star Wars. Star Wars as a brand has been really wounded for a very long time, though. You're aware of that, right? Like, it's not like the Disney Plus did them any favors with a lot, other than the one that most people love, which is what's the one people love? The Star Wars TV series.
Mandalorian?
Well, they love the first season, and there's the new one with that's more adult and serious, whatever that one's called. But the other one,
Andor is
Andor.
Don't even know about that. So
right,
so
but
because-
short of that, though, they haven't delivered that much. No one's really talking about Skeleton Crew that just came out this week. So I think that argument. Now, again, you may be right, but I think Star Wars as a brand has gotten really hurt, and that's probably what, more than anything else, people were responding to. That, and then the fact that the game came out and it was reviewed okay. Games are expensive, times are tough.
Yeah, but that's the same trend because Star Wars, it was long, it was discussed by the media, was stated, sorry about my English, I'm trying to find the words. The media was blaming, or there was this narrative about the toxic fandom, like this toxic fandom bubble in Star Wars. That was the narrative, and suddenly this bubble got the normies got included, or let's say this toxic fandom just grew and became, all the normies became suddenly this.
But you're saying that,
toxic,
but
so-called toxic fandoms, and Star Wars brand was.
I don't know where your evidence is of that. I'm not saying you're wrong, but just
failed
saying.
Brand of Star Wars.
But the failed brand of Star Wars was not because it was woke. It was because Rise of Skywalker was stupid as a movie, and the device.
No, that's not it.
Oh, okay.
It started with The Last Jedi.
But The Last Jedi's not woke. The Last Jedi was basically what happened to Luke Skywalker, and why is Princess Leia flying through space?
Well, we should discuss how you define woke, I think, but let's not go there. I'm not
woke
calling everything woke.
Okay, but you're saying Star Wars.
Let's talk about this narrative about the toxic fandom, how it's a bubble and it's not affecting anything like the Assassin's Creed.
I don't think it's affecting things to the degree that you're talking about when it relates to video games, but continue.
I think it is. And let's talk about we can, if you want data. Okay, it's hard to have. We don't have data at the moment. like clear pure data.
Right.
But
The only
I
data.
think
Here's the data. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. The only data we have at the moment is that there have been products in movies and video games and TV that are super woke, that do well, and that are super woke that fail.
I think.
Hang on.
Okay.
And there have
All
also been products that are overtly right that do really well, like Twisters this summer. And there are things that are really right that do really poorly as well. Barbie was huge, but so was Twisters, right? Not as big as Barbie, but it was, one was super progressive, one was super kind of like right down the middle conservative America. So I don't see the data that says anything other than if you have bad writing and bad storytelling and bad wish fulfillment in your products, people walk away. But I don't think that has to do with progressive ideas.
Well, for example, Barbie was targeted to women. I think women they don't care about this woke stuff at all. So it doesn't matter if you have a product or it's entertainment stuff for women and it's woke, it doesn't matter. It in that case. But if you have a clear brand targeted at men and you're putting these progress values in there, I think that's very obvious with Star Wars and Marvel also. So if it is that when we are targeting men, it was kind of a good indication that the woke stuff will not sell.
So where in Marvel, what Marvel thing was woke?
Well, the MCU has been kind of pushing this that we need more women superheroes. It's been clear that Kevin Feige, I think, has stated that is their kind of goal. But I think when you're pushing this kind of thing that's kind of the core of your franchise, it will eat up the kind of the writing and stuff like that. You lose the kind of the elements that make a good story. So and when Marvel brand is for boys, they can't quite relate to these progressive superhero women, and that's why those Marvel movies have lost a lot of money. And the reason why Wolverine and Deadpool is so successful is because it is targeted at men and has like these characters or these leads like Wolverine and Deadpool that men can relate to, and that's why it's selling. So I think this is seen in the video game industry also, that they are trying to have a very like an inclusive. Everything needs to be inclusive, and they are forgetting who are they targeting with their games, and that's why they're selling, because most gamers are men. And that's why they are failing in the sales. And a lot of games that understand this are making big money, or making a lot of money.
Give me an example of a game that understands this, that's making big money.
Space Marine 2.
Space Marine 2 is making a decent amount of money, but for what it is, but it's not a massive hit.
Okay, I think I can begin to just define it a good. And if you take this, there are multiple examples of it. It's not just one game.
Give me an example. Give me some examples of games.
Black Myth Wukong.
Black Myth Wukong is based on a story where you play a monkey. There's nothing in that game. There's no message in that game, at least that I can tell. But I'm sure people would disagree.
And this is what the gamers appreciate.
That's what some gamers appreciate. I like games.
Most gamers appreciate that. That is your problem.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah, you have this problem that
I have no problem at all.
Okay, sorry. I thought, but I think your idea of gamers is like, it's this very, most gamers are men, and that's a fact. And then
nothing's wrong. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, that's fine. And they enjoy games that don't have these progressive ideas.
All men have that? All men just feel that way?
Most men and most gamers that are men. This is a kind of hobby that attracts these kind of individuals. So
why do you think
the problem with the
why do you think the game industry, or sorry, why do you think the interactive medium attracts men who don't want any kind of thought on the experience? They just kind of want simple, dumb entertainment, which is what it sounds like you're saying.
I'm not saying simple, dumb entertainment. Don't put words in my mouth.
You said what? You said Space Marine 2. What, you think there's like a Shakespeare? You know, come on, it's Space Marine 2. It's delightful, but it's the epitome of big stupid entertainment.
Now let's talk about, do you think the Dark Souls games are simple fun?
They are really
and for people,
fun.
For stupid people, or dumb fun.
There's the different things you just said there. But no, I do not think those games are simple fun. No.
Yeah, I think this is a category that I would say that are targeted towards these gamers.
Yeah, but
So
that's not Space Marine though.
Yeah, but I put them in the similar category.
Okay, so you put anything in the bucket that will help you with your argument, but
no, not everything. I'm just taking games that the core is their gameplay and fun in the core, and
I am very aware of
not,
what the
not,
core
not
point
the,
of a game is.
Yeah, but when you are putting these progressive ideas as a core for your game, you fail on the other areas, and that's where you lose the customer.
I out of everything you've said, that's what I take the most issue with. I think that's just an excuse for poor writing. I think the idea that you can't put messages in an art form or you're going to lose the essence of the art form is ridiculous. I think at that point, what you're really talking about is people just don't know how to express ideas they want to express in the medium in a way that is not overt and obnoxious. But what I will, I will agree with you. What I will agree with you on, though, is that the more money you're going to spend to make something, whether it's a movie, whether it's a TV show, whether it's a video game, the less you can be on the nose with whatever message, whatever that message is that you're trying to communicate. That I will agree with you. And I do think that the industry in games struggled and still struggles to go, how can we allow the people that we hire that are artists and creative and actually want to express something through this medium to do their work, but at the same time, they have to remember they're making a product. And I think there's two answers. Answer one is let them do what they want, but don't give them a lot of money. Or ideally, get better writers that can sort of marble that stuff in there into the narrative in a way that it's a bit more subversive, like movies do, and like movies are learning to do again. So on that, you and I agree that I think any message, whatever the message is, the minute it feels like a message, you've lost at least half the audience. That you and I can agree on. But that has less to do with what the message is to me and more to do with the way the message is being delivered. And I think that's why so many people like myself take issue with people like you in your argument, because you attack the message and not the way the message is being delivered. And that's a real problem because it makes you sound like a homophobic, bigoted, racist asshole. But if you were to say, I don't care if the message is Hail Hitler. I don't care if the message is Mein Kampf is being translated subconsciously to the brain of the gamer. I mean, I would care. It's more about, or it's all about how it's done. Then we're all, let's go fight that fight together, my French friend. But when you guys attack the message and not the messenger or the type of way the message is being sold, that is when I think you end up losing. So listen. I gotta, here's the deal. I gotta take my dog out, but I've got somebody who wants to jump on. I still have a lot more stories. Tech Protect. Maybe if you're around Tech, and I know that this gamer guy, where did it go? What do we call you? Gaming media money guy, whatever your name is. You know what I'm talking about. If you guys want to jump on the mic and kind of roll the show while I'm doing the dog and I'll be back, then we can pick up the news. But I don't, I got to run. I got to either that or I got to put the stream on hold for 10 minutes, but I will be back. I'm not ending the stream.
Can I just say one thing before you put me on?
Say one thing before I hang up on you. Yep, go.
Yeah, I think it's not fair that you you name call me and then you just say goodbye. because you have lost the argument. So
What argument did I lose? I literally just said, tell me how I lost the argument.
you put a long monologue and you don't let me.
It's my
respond
show.
at
Nobody
all.
comes to hear you.
I understand. Yeah, I understand that. It's fine, but that's not a good look for you. And
I don't care
if you
about a
want
good
to
look for me. I don't care about a good look for me. What I care
Okay,
about
when
Dragon.
you do-
Wait.
if you think of-
What I care about is if you have something to say, then go ahead. Here's your chance. The floor is yours. Go.
Okay, so you said that these progressive ideas, there are ideas in the world that are controversial, that will be harming your product as sales wise. That is a fact of life.
Okay.
So if I'm just so I don't understand why these big game studios are putting millions and millions, hundreds of millions on products that have some ideas that are controversial and will be harmful for their entertainment. I understand. Make what you want with your ideas, with your own money, or like not put that much money into them. It's fine. Don't go do that. But I don't understand how these big studios are putting hundreds of millions on games and entertainment that will not sell. So that is just what I'm wondering. That's
Well,
a
again,
fact.
well, it's not you saying it's a fact doesn't make it a fact. But what I said that I think we agree with, you and I, is that if you have a message in your game that is clearly a message, you shouldn't be spending as much money because nobody is going. You're not going to appeal to everybody with your message, no matter if I or you agree with it or disagree with it. So make an indie game through Sony or whatever, like movies do, right? But if you are talking about a big budget game, then I would agree that it needs to be better written. It needs to be a bit more subversive. It needs to be marbled into the text and the subtext in a way that the message is still there and you are expressing what your artists want to express. Because the thing that a lot of you guys on your side of this argument seem to forget, you guys seem to think that the creative process, and maybe you don't, but the words I use are, you guys seem to think that the creative process is like asking your mom to make you a grilled cheese sandwich. Okay? The people that do this are creative. They are usually left-leaning. They are outside the box thinkers. They were rejects growing up. They didn't fit in. I'm not saying all of them, but most artists and creative people tend to be that way. And in that, they're not going to just make you the slop you want, right? They're going to make something that can motivate them and they're passionate about and they want to express. And a good business executive will say, do that, but if you're going to do it at this budget, you got to write it better so it doesn't, push away a lot of the audience. But you can do things that you can still want to do, but you got to be a lot more clever with your writing, okay? That we agree with, but I'm sorry. It's like, if you guys want your red meat, right wing, whatever the fuck it is you want, that's fine. Then go get a studio to make those games. But guess what? There's a reason your biggest stars on that side of the aisle are the guy who played Chachi on Happy Days, or Hercules, Kevin Sorbo, or John Schneider from the Dukes of Hazzard, right? Because most people that are conservative are not bad people, but the very nature of the definition of conservative suggests someone who is an inside the box thinker. And that is not where art comes from. It just isn't.
Yeah, but again, this is not my issue about conservatives versus leftists or whatever. I'm talking about normies.
Okay.
They are fed up.
All right,
with
Dragonfly. I heard your point. I think you're simply wrong, but you're welcome to call back anytime. I'm going to let you go because people are getting tired of the conversation. But hey, man, I support
you are getting tired. I think lots of people are very interested in this conversation.
Okay,
but it's
chat.
your show. It's fine. It's fine.
You are an arrogant little dick. You are an arrogant little dick.
I understand. But
no, you don't understand. You are an arrogant little. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you think. Fuck you. You're off. I don't give a fuck what you think. My God, what an absolute prick. You guys know who watched this show. What do? I'm always bringing people on with different opinions all the fucking time. All the fucking time. I don't have to agree with you. You don't have to agree with me. But my God, what an arrogant asshole. Dude, Dragonfly, if you're still watching, you're welcome to call back. I don't hate you, pal. But I'm sorry. I don't think you're right. I think you're mean. I think you're cruel. When you want to basically talk, when I say to you, the issue is the writing, and then you say, no, it's the message. You can never put pro-LGBT messaging in games. People don't like that. You know what they also didn't like back in 1940, 50, and 60? Narratives with black people in it. If you're going to be Mammy and Gone with the Wind and you're going to be helping Miss Scarlet get her dress worked on, that's acceptable. Well, guess what now? Denzel Washington's one of the biggest, most bankable fucking actors in the world. So sit on that, you fucking homophobic, racist asshole. People change, people grow, people evolve. I'm sorry that your Victorian sensibilities that you should have grown out of when your father left for cigarettes and never came back home, and you realized, you know what? My job is not to be like my dad because I don't have a masculine influence. My job is to become the kind of man he never could be. I'm sorry that you became the kind of man you are that are threatened by the fact that, yes, there are men that feel they're women. There are women that feel they're men. There are men that want to fuck men. Women want to fuck, hell, women might want to fuck women, men, and fucking donkeys. I don't care. You shouldn't care. You should be nice to everybody, you arrogant piece of shit. All right, this is Tech Protect is coming in to run the show with Corporate Game Dev. I will be back in 5-10 minutes tops. You guys got this?
How's it going?
Good. Are you guys good? You and Corporate? Just entertain the crowd. I'll be right back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
all right, you guys.
Sounds good.
Bye, guys.
Are you able to hear me?
How's it going? Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going, Corporate Gamer?
If I have it muted here. I can't hear anybody here. 1 second.
Oh, no. I can hear this guy. How's it going, stream? Another beautiful
here
day.
we go. I got it. There, can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going, Corporate?
Yeah, okay, sorry. My volume was going to my microphone. So hey, how's it going?
How's it going? What's your take on the last caller, the Sleepy Talk guy?
You know, I love people telling me the things that I think about and things I care about, and I think it's very interesting to see people have this idea that this is such a big deal. I think the one thing that I thought was the interesting part that he kind of like glossed over, but didn't really have any good data for me. But he said something along the lines of like, oh, like women like don't really like to play games or spend money on games or something along these lines. Now I'm sure in his in this world this doesn't count as a game, but some of the questions that I guess I would have asked him on it was, how big does he think, say, Candy Crush is?
Yeah, don't get me started
over
on
$1 billion
Candy
a year.
Crush.
Now let's just, and also if you go into
Hello,
that one,
Jaffe stream. I'm the
of
son.
any game that is like
Hello.
going to be more favored towards like women playing that type of game.
Yep.
Candy Crush, and they're spending billions on it. So I thought that one was interesting. There's a couple great kind of like I don't know if anecdote is the right term, but just like use cases and stuff when one of the most popular early mobile games that just printed money. It was like, I think it was like a $40 million investment that turned into like $600 million in revenue generated, was the Kim Kardashian dress up game on
That's true.
mobile.
Yeah, that popped off.
I don't know what's going on. I was summoned here, by the way. What's happening?
Oh, no,
we're
hey,
just
good to
chilling,
see you.
chatting.
We're covering the chat while your dad's doing the
He's
dog
taking the
walk.
dog out, yeah. Someone said, someone said, hello, son. So basically, son. Basically, so who's in here? We got these people that can't read the names, and yeah.
When the guy was talking, he was saying like, oh, like almost all gamers are men. I posted in the side chat. There's a study that shows that in 2022, the demographics are 47% women in the U.S. Consider themselves gamers, right? And I think PSN released statistics saying that I want to say 41% of PS4 and PS5 owners are women. It's not just like secluded to mobile games that are like cash grabs and microtransactions. Like women are playing games more often than not, or more often than they were like 10, 20 years ago. And he also made a comment about how like as soon as a video game has like this agenda or like this progressive outlook, it's just gonna fail. Does anyone want to tell him like Overwatch is like super LGBTQ? Like it's like there's just characters in the game that are like gay or
There's
or
very
bi,
many
whatever.
gay people in that game, and like don't they have like a literal like trans color theme? I don't play Overwatch,
Yeah.
but I know there's so many trans people who play Overwatch. Actually, it's actually like a very large. I mean, like I guess I don't have like statistics for that, but it's just like I've seen so many trans people who play Overwatch.
Yeah, there's even like banners or like profile icons you can have in game with like a trans flag. And this guy's like, "Oh, it's gonna fail as a game as soon as you include that kind of stuff in the messaging."
I think the
I
part that's like tough for me, or well, not tough, but just frustrating, I guess would be the word, is if you take a game like Overwatch and you take this concept of like, oh, like people don't like these so and so narratives and stuff. Every criticism that he had is like easily debunked by the public filings of the 10K reports of now like because Activision was acquired by Microsoft, the kind of like the breakdown revenue by game isn't as clear, but like you can go back and on it's like the SEC website where they like Blizzard is out there and Activision's out there saying like, hey, like this game did about this much revenue, this game did this much revenue, and you can just see you don't have to come up with these like crazy conspiracies or like, oh, the mood is shifting. Is like just look at the like you can just look at the numbers, like they're all out
Yep.
there and they're like publicly available, and which is like I said, my name's corporate game designer. I've got a penchant for defending the AAA side of things, and one of the big reasons for that is just the reality of the transparency behind when you're working at these big companies is that, hey, like you can't BS about like, oh, like the game like didn't do well or didn't do this. It's like, hey, here's the numbers. Here's how much money this game made. And it's just kind of silly to see like this idea that like the numbers. I really wanted to hear when he's talking about the Assassin's Creed, what the number of copies sold that he was going to project to have for that one, because it's like, you say it's going to fail. I was like, but he's never going to define what a failure is, because now if the game does 10 million copies, they'll come out and say, oh, it should have did 15 million, but
Could have been more,
because of the
yeah.
woke stuff, it was 10 million now. And if it does 8 million, they're like, oh, well, it should have did 10 million. It's like, well, just like have an opinion, and if you think it's really that bad, like the other, once again, beauty of the publicly traded company is if you think that Ubisoft is super woke and it's gonna like lose all its money and this game's gonna flop, you can buy put options against it. You can bet against it. You can make money off of the. You know what?
True. Stand by your opinion.
Just put $1,000 behind it. Now, I mean, I'm on the other side of that. I think and I think we've seen it by the. There's some news that actually happened today, is the fact that Ubisoft is kind of like gearing towards acquisition. I mean, spoilers,
Yep.
the past about 12 months they've been kind of like chatting about that, but like it's the reality is like the stock went up today simply because they're like, oh hey, like actually we think that this company is gonna get bought, and we should buy the stock so we can make money. Not like people are not like selling the stock, they're buying it right now. And it just like I said, just like have an opinion, and if you have a really strong opinion, be willing to like make a play in the in the market. You don't have to bet me $1,000. Like go to the stock market and buy $1,000. You'll make $5,000 if you know like what to bet. And but yeah, no, it's someone else can go ahead. I'm rambling a little bit here too much.
No, I hear you. To be fair, like when it comes to the gaming industry, I think like the idea of like the DEI inclusion stuff, being like not so solid on like what the position of the gamers is probably something we should get more data on, right? And there's probably like a way to look it up now, except I'm on my phone, I'm driving. But anyways, to kind of support his side with the DEI being a little bit negative, recently saw in the news like Salesforce and other like CRMs are starting to remove some of their DEI wording inside of their programs, right? They're getting rid of DEI.
So people
because
asking
of
why I
how...
turned it down. I didn't know that they could hear it. My dad's headphones are so loud, I literally don't know
I
how
have it
to-
muted. I can't hear it, so you're good.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, DEI is currently one of the biggest questions. I think exit polling data for the recent election had DEI as like a concern for a lot of Americans. But in gaming, it doesn't seem like it actually plays too much into the potential of a game being successful or not. Like Jaffe was saying earlier, it has to do with like the narrative and the writing. You can have like progressive ideas in a game, but if you're gonna poorly write them in and not really give them the time of day to be expanded on. It's more so just like, hey, I'm trans. You have to be trans now in the game. It kind of fails. It kind of falls short.
If I go ultra charitable, there's like a case to be made of like, hey, like were some people kind of cringe and going a little overboard here and there? Like, yeah, like that's a thing that, the market is kind of adjusting there. Now, like the question that I kind of posed before, right, is like I think they were talking about Dragon Age and everything. It's like, is this the thing that's going to be the difference of $100 million or more? Like, no, then like I don't care about that, right? Like it's not going to cost $100 million, and it's not like a serious issue that's like being talked up at like any like significantly high level. It's an anecdote of like, oh hey, did you see this thing? That's kind of funny. The reality is, it's like, dude, like it's not the thing that's going to stop me from making like the tens of millions, which is what, again, Western devs specifically are aiming for. It's like we're shooting for those billion-dollar revenues, not here to get get all hung up because like somebody made a bad YouTube video and it cost me $1 million. Like, is that a big number to these guys? I don't really understand.
Yeah, I imagine that in board meetings, there's been a substantial, if not sufficient, market research on whether or not, like, hey, if we included trans characters, our game gonna flop. And I'd say that the American public is okay having like a trans player or like a trans character in a game. That may not be the focus of the narrative or the focus of the storytelling, but just like a part, like it's included because as we see, as society matures.
The Americans is they're kind of like the first world, like kind of like they're gonna be one of your stronger revenues per user areas, right? But again, like it's still a global game.
Okay, guys, sorry, people are telling me to tell Jaffe stories in the chat. I also don't know what's going on.
If you want to tell go.
I don't have any Jaffe stories. Well, I no. Okay, he's back now. I had no idea what was going on, so I was just sitting here.
You weren't talking?
No, because I don't know what's going on. Okay, I didn't know that because it's just a T. Why would I know that?
He didn't tell you it was Tony?
What?
He didn't tell you it was Tony?
Well, I got in here and it was talking. Hello. I don't know what's going on.
You haven't said anything?
I haven't said anything.
I was a stranger. He was scared.
This is Calvin. This is my trans son. I adore him. He is smart. He is funny. He's got tons of friends. He is the light of my life along with a few other people. You guys,
nice. What's going on?
You're nuts, man.
Hell yeah.
This is one of the best kids in the world.
Yeah, I don't know what I can talk, but I don't know what to talk about because I don't know what's in the.
I had to go out to the fucking dog, man.
Yeah, tell us about his meltdown. So yeah, sometimes
your uncle. Your uncle's in the chat.
Okay, the uncle. Hello. Okay, yeah. Somebody asked me a question. I'll answer. Oh, LGBTQ is fine in games. Jaffe Senior said it depends on the writing. I think that gay people should be in everything, and that make every character gay and trans, and then if they're not, then
don't tell the agenda.
Oh yeah, I mean, don't do that, and I'm not secretly making every character gay behind the scenes.
Yeah,
don't worry,
right?
I'm not doing that.
You know where this actually came from? I'm pretty sure, and I think I saw day one of this is when they had the gender bent like Cloud Strife cosplays. And then, when girls started dressing up as Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII, I think that's when all of the kind of like these woke gamers got like a little confused and like a little concerned.
I agree.
What's up? So, Tony, you didn't tell Calvin it was you?
I thought, you know what? I thought my name was on here. Also, I don't use my real name on this profile, but yeah. No. Hey, I'm Tony. How's it going, guys?
Have you kept the show going, you and corporate?
Oh yeah, corporate's he's a smart guy.
Oh, I know.
I like this guy.
I know.
Nice to meet you, corporate.
Yeah, nice
all right, I guess that's
it.
it.
Well, yeah.
All right, let me.
Jeff, I don't know if you caught any of it, but
no, I just got back.
The main thing that I brought up that was my highlights is that when he said that when your previous friend there had said something that how like women aren't really gamers, I pointed out the fact that Candy Crush is one of the most popular games that is generating billions in revenue, and that is a predominantly women.
Well, as is
like,
Fortnite.
Game.
As is Fortnite.
Yeah, absolutely. And
yeah.
It's lots of fun parts into it.
Yeah, I also mentioned that PSN, PlayStation has released statistics showing that over 42% of PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 owners are women. So him saying something like almost all gamers are men just falls short.
Well,
There's
I mean,
no
the
data to
majority of
support that.
gamers on console are men, but 42% is not a number to ignore.
Yeah, and
know?
I think 48% of Americans that consider themselves gamers are women.
Yeah. So I mean, but even I mean, yeah, it's just I don't know. I know you were like, dude, get this collar off. I get it. I'm just I
was like, let me on. I wanted to ask the questions,
but I'm like,
yeah, I wanted to discuss them too. Yeah,
I really
he
do
speaks
try
like
to
he
find.
drinks-
Go ahead.
he speaks like he drinks NyQuil as like a supplement. You know, he very sleepy voice.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to be mean to. I don't. I mean, I like to try to find a meeting of the minds with these people, but I'm just like, dude. It's fine that you don't necessarily like everything that other people like, but the arrogance, the entitlement that everything has to be for these guys, that's the thing that just I can't get my head around it.
Yeah, and not evidence based. Maybe, you know, to give him some charity, maybe he's talking about his local market. If he's not like American,
Yeah.
how like he could see anecdotally like his friends don't enjoy hearing any LGBT narratives or so on. But when it
Yeah.
comes to like the largest gamer base in the world, like China or the US, it doesn't seem to be too detrimental. I mean, China's a different story, right? But they are just not progressive enough.
Yeah.
Me personally is what I
All
would
right.
say.
All right, I'm going to get back to the show. Thank you guys for running this
thank
goddamn
you.
thing.
Sounds
I'll
good.
talk to you guys soon.
Have a nice one.
All right. Cal.
Hello.
Hi, buddy. This is my son, Calvin. We're going to get back to game news, but you know, what do you, you know, joking aside though, you know, as a trans man, what do you think about all this? I mean, you know, this,
Okay, I wasn't able to process anything because your volume is so loud that I was not, I don't know what was happening. So if I could get a little summary.
the summary's the same old shit you and your friends deal with, which is, you know, people are, I don't really understand why. Okay, let me ask you this. I mean, can we talk about the trans
You have
stuff?
not given me a summary, please.
I'm going. I know, but I'm doing this on the fly. Can we talk
right.
about the trans stuff or no? Is it, I don't want to
Sure.
Okay. So one of the.
Am I supposed to be looking at anything, or is it just?
You're not visual. It's just your voice.
Okay.
So, you know, and by the way, I'll get to these super chats, and what I'll do is I'll do another Gabbing Games tomorrow with the news if we don't get to all the news, because now we're on this. That's the show. That's the show. I'm sorry. I know I wish I could be one of these guys that's all like buttoned up, and I can't, you know.
I wish you'd be one of those guys who would describe the situation to me so I
All
could
right,
comment on
you
it.
knucklehead. Here's the deal, okay? What I get tired of is the community that doesn't really know anything about the trans experience. And I don't know it firsthand, but I know it through watching you, and I know it through being there with you through transitioning and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it breaks my heart a lot that these people are so fucking mean. And I just kind of go, a lot of these people are convinced, like Elon Musk is out there tweeting like all these trans people regret it and they want to detransition and their parents.
Elon Musk
forced
is stupid and on cocaine.
them. Well, both those things are true. But do you ever, I mean, what do you think about this idea that you were pressured to become trans? Like mom and I are so liberal that we just push this. I mean, did we ever talk about any trans folks in our home ever?
No,
Before
I mean,
you came
like,
out?
I found out about trans people in, like, middle school. Well, actually, no, I knew about trans people. Like, you guys weren't, like, hiding trans people from me. I found out about trans people, and I was like, that's cool. And then I was like, wait, I'm low-key one of the...
Right.
Like, it was, yeah. It was also, you know, the transgender camps you guys put me in, and it was
Sure.
like the transgender camp and with the hypnosis and all that, but that's neither here nor there.
But that's the weird fucking thing. It's like, you know, if you actually go by a lot of their logic, they say, you know, you guys, both you and your sister were raised on the Disney Channel and Nickelodeon and video games that certainly were not woke. You know, I mean, isn't that the idea that the media is making everybody, you know, gay with a gay agenda?
I mean, it's just funny because it's like, it didn't turn me straight, didn't turn me cis, and there's a lot of cishet people on TV, and I didn't become cishet, so.
Right. And there's not, I don't think at the time anyway, when you guys were coming up watching Good Luck Charlie and Hey Jesse and all that shit.
There was like gay people kind of, but like, it wasn't, it's funny because it's just like, it's just like they're being groomed, and it's like, what does that mean? They don't ever have an example. They're just like, well, dude, they saw a gay. All right, man. If you see, I just have to say, if you see a gay guy and you're like, shit, I think I'm turning gay. I think you might already be gay. That might be what's happening.
And by the way, that's awesome. Love your gayness. Who cares? I don't know why people care so much anyway. But the idea, though, that
because they're online all the time and they're told to care. Nobody really cared about trans people until fucking like Fox News and shit was just like, dude, trans women are in the bathroom and dude, I don't know, peeing or something. I don't know what they think that trans people are doing in the bathroom. That,
and I don't know where they get the idea that now that there's a law, or that thank God that somebody came and put a law down or a policy down to keep the trans women out of bathrooms, because if they were creeps before, which they weren't, but if they were, it's like, oh, those laws were stopping them. It's like, I mean, what a ridiculous concept.
If you want to assault someone in a bathroom, you're not gonna like go through years of hormones and surgery to do it. You're just gonna do it. And also, what do these people think happens in a bathroom?
I do.
They're like, I'm gonna go into the bathroom with my daughter, and there's gonna be a penis, and it's like, do you know what a bathroom stall is, bro? Do you know anything?
Well, I think what they're worried about. Go ahead.
I think urinals, by the way, I'm just thinking about general, kind of a dumb concept. I think put those in a stall. This is off topic, but every time I see urinals, I'm like, why isn't that a stall? Anyway, that's not important. I was just
I think what they're worried about, and rightly so, but not as it relates to trans people, is certainly women have been accosted and abused and assaulted, and they are, as they should be for some, because a lot of men make women uncomfortable, and they, in the way they don't know how to interact with women. But that's got nothing to do with trans people.
No, I mean, it's completely made up.
Those people are going to do that anyway. You think you're going to suddenly stop getting catcalls and accosted? That's not happening from the trans community.
Also, they're going to be very shocked when a trans man walks into the women's restroom. They're going to be like, wait.
If they can tell,
what are you doing here? And it's like, well, I have to be here, I guess, now. And they're like, but you're a man. It's like, I know.
I don't know. And what about let's talk about the mental illness part, because they're like, these people have a mental illness. The first week you came out to us, you're like, I have gender dysphoria. And whether or not it's a mental illness, because they used to think homosexuality was a mental illness. And now
it's funny because gender dysphoria is a mental illness and the treatment is transitioning. It's so funny. It's just like, are you guys stupid?
Right.
Yes.
And it's like, okay, let's say that is, quote, all it is, which it's ridiculous because it's biology, it's physiology, there's all kinds of things, but that science says could be what makes someone cis, straight, gay, trans, whatever. But it's like, okay, so, all right, so fine. Let's say they have gender dysphoria. What do you want? I mean, what do these people, I'm telling you something.
I just don't want trans people to be and they don't want to have to think about them. They just want them to be gone in any way, and they don't care how that happens.
And that's what's heartbreaking, and that's what is so cruel. And that's why what you were asking, what the context was, the conversation is, if people want to call in and say, or if people want to rage at the media and say, you guys are real progressive and whatever, we don't care about that, but it's hurting the writing of the stories and these beloved franchises, I'm like, yeah, okay, that's a valid take.
But how is it hurting though?
An
example?
What I'm saying is, if you're complaining about the writing, fine. But if you're basically using that as a smokescreen to basically complain about the message, like there's a lot of messages about, the X-Men was all about othering. But most people, it was written well enough that it wasn't so on the nose that the people who needed the message got the message, and the people that might have had a problem with things like civil rights, gay rights, whatever, it didn't land with them, because Stan Lee's like, look, I need to sell comics, but I'm also not going to be an asshole. These are fellow humans that we want to take care of and entertain. And so, for me, it's when they act like they're complaining about the quality when in essence they just are homophobes and transphobes. But
because you can't ask them how. You're just like, how did the gay person in the show ruin the show? And they're just like, they're shoving it down my throat. And it's like, all right, man, the gay guy shoving it down your throat, that's cool.
Well, they always like the shoving it down.
Yeah, it's like, bro, I don't need to know about that. That's kind of TMI. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
my brother's in the chat right now. I wish Uncle would come. I have a gay brother. That's Philip. That's my brother in the chat, and this is my trans son. And so if you guys, by the way, are like, Jaffe, why do you talk about this stuff? Just talk about games. I talk about games plenty. And trust me, there's an entire internet out there for people. And I love talking about games with you guys, and that's not going anywhere. But the fact of the matter is that these people I adore and I love them. And I see how cruel a lot of people are in the gaming sphere. And I'm sorry, I'm not just going to be like, oh, I'll be quiet now. No.
Also, I just don't understand, like, people who are, like, do they have any point when they say it's like the trans person ruined the media, or did they just say that and then they just, like, shit their pants?
Where I will agree with them is that whether your message is Hail Hitler, like I told that other guy, or your message is, trans rights all day, every day, when the studio notes or the director notes or the writing or the message interferes with the ability to tell a good story and you're paying a ticket as a paying customer, then sure, that's
but that's anything. It's
anything.
Not,
that's right. But it's when they
like,
use that.
I added this new vampire character and it ruined the show. Like,
right. That's right. You suddenly put a fucking vampire in, the West Wing, and you're like, wait, what? But I really like vampires. I know, but it's the West Wing. You can't put a vampire in the West Wing, But then complain about that. I'll be right there with you complaining about it. But it's a
like
lot of them.
making, like,
a lot of them are doing it because they really want to complain about the gay stuff, the trans stuff, all of that shit.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
And they're just kind of hiding behind that excuse.
One of the reasons I tell you not to engage. I don't engage with these people because
I know,
all
but
they want to do.
I know.
Okay, well, I was talking.
Go ahead.
But the reason I don't engage with people, one, half of them are 14, the other half are bots. I guess there's a secret third section. I don't really know.
Work on the math, baby. Work on the math. Doesn't work that way, but I know what you mean.
I know. But oh shit, words.
You don't engage with them because
I don't engage with them because it doesn't do anything. It just makes me mad. It just makes you mad, and it doesn't change their mind. All you're doing, especially if you bring them on the show, is giving them a platform to spew their shit.
I know. Well, why do I do it? Why do I do it? I get
because you have bad impulse control. But
well, that's probably true. But it just makes me so mad that it's like, and you know what it is, Calvin? I think on some level I can reach some of these fucking people. I'm like, you know what, man?
But that's what everybody thinks.
I know, and maybe it's just a stupid idea. Maybe I'm just wrong all about it.
I think it's fine if you want to, but like it's issues that you'd have to tackle, like making like a scripted video with like a well put together thing, not just talking to randos on the internet and being like, you're wrong, I don't like you, blah blah blah. I know that's not what you do, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Just being like, I'm gonna put you on my show. I'm gonna let you spew your ideas all over the internet with my platform I've created, and then I'm gonna just say my point live without any script, without any preparation, and it doesn't. Does it work? I don't think it does. Have you?
I don't know. I'd like to think maybe there are people out there that are watching and going, you know what? I may not always agree with Jaffe and his takes, but maybe my mind's a little bit more open. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess, but that's a way easier thing to do if you're not arguing. Because when you're arguing, all people are doing, it's just getting an emotional reaction. Like, it's just like, if people are yelling and raising, and just, you know what I mean? Like, it's not ever... do you get points across better when you have had time to think about them or when you're like mad in the moment?
I think maybe I'm never going to convince like that caller, or I'm never going to convince like somebody who's fundamentally dealing with some shit that won't allow them to actually really understand why it is they're so bothered by this. But I think on some level, my dear boy, I like knowing that maybe there are people out there that are listening to the show and they're just like, you know what? It's nice to know that in this cesspool of anger and in hate, there is at least, a couple of people on the internet. I know there's more, but in terms of in this space, that are kind of pushing back on these assholes. And there's a
but
place.
The people who would think that are now being subjected to a bunch of bigoted like shit, and they're just trying to. I mean, I don't know your audience. I'm not your audience. Obviously.
I don't know I hear you.
I don't like, it's like if I'm watching a YouTuber that I like, and usually when I'm watching content, I'm watching it to like relax and like have fun. So then if they just bring some like rando on there, it's like, oh, I hate trans people, blah blah blah, I'm gonna be like, I'm not really having fun anymore. That's kind of, it's like, this is what I hear every day. Like, I don't really, it's not fun.
Let me ask
I don't
you,
know your show.
Well, let me ask you this. There's this guy, Brad Glasgow. Here's what he says. There are legitimate issues here, he says. Like, most people don't think trans male to female should be playing in female sports. And my response is, how is that a legitimate issue? Sure.
Wait. I need to process the thing you just said. People think, what did you say?
He says there are legitimate issues, though. Like, most people don't think trans men to female, I guess he means trans
women?
Trans women should be playing.
Saying the issue is trans women in sports, or people don't like trans women. Which one does
he
say?
He says the legitimate issue, one of the legitimate issues is most people don't think trans women should be playing in female sports. And I would say,
I can't tell which part he thinks is the issue.
I think his issue is most people think that's unfair, that you have trans.
So is he, okay, I'm sorry. Is he pro or anti-trans women in sports?
He's anti-trans women in sports because I think he doesn't think it's fair. And I think my answer to that, and I'm curious if you agree or have a different opinion on it, is the amount of shit going on in the world. I think most people who like sports, trans, cis, whatever the fuck you are, want fair competition. And the number of actual trans people at the college level, let alone the professional level, where this is actually a real problem is so minuscule that the fact that it comes up as often as it does should tell you that this is a wedge issue that is meant to do nothing but get people elected, and the people who are being harmed are just one of the most marginalized groups of people on the fucking planet.
Yeah, well, also because nobody cares about women's sports until you bring up trans women. Nobody, you're not seeing them watching women's sports or being very passionate about them.
Except Caitlin Clark. Come on now.
I don't know who that is.
I know nobody does. Well, some people do, but she's awesome. But anyway, yeah, I know what you mean. You're right.
But like, it genuine, like, there's so many, like, I mean, nobody like knew about, like, I mean, people knew about trans people, but they were just like, before the response was, oh, that's kind of weird, huh? Nobody cared really until until there was just a bunch of random anti-trans propaganda. I know there was a reason. I forgot the reason. But, I mean, it's because it's like an easy scapegoat. It's less than 1% of the population, so it's like, oh, whatever, these guys. But it's like trans women, like, it's like they have a biological advantage. Yes, so does everybody, bro.
Well,
like,
again,
especially,
but again, the argument, the debate of should we allow any kind of degree of unfairness into any sport, and yes, that's a valid thing to talk about.
I think if you want to make things fair, then just measure, like, I don't really know what specific sport, but say like boxing or something. Yeah. Just, I don't know, pair people up based on strength. I don't fucking know.
There are better ways to do it, but I think
than being like, oh, well, you're a girl and you fight the other girl and you're a boy and fight the other boy. And it's like, okay.
Yeah,
sure.
Maybe the reason a lot of people on the left push back on this is, and like Black Gus says, it's not a problem, but this is a good talking point for conservatives because it's so obviously weak position to have defended among big mass of people. Right? It's less about. It's like anything else. If you really have a problem with bad writing hurting the immersion of your games and movies, let's complain about that. If you think sports have suddenly out of the blue become really unfair contest, let's figure that out. But it's just so weird that it just also happens to be tied to the LGBT lifestyle. Like that, it wouldn't reek of such bullshit if it really felt like the concern was the writing and the concern was fair sports.
Well, they literally don't care about sports. It's so funny because it's like, you don't care about sports. This is the fact that this is the only thing about sports you care about shows you just don't like trans people and you want to have you want to have a reason for it. But if these people just went, I don't like trans people, that'd be so much more respectable than just beating around the bush and being like, well, but the girl, she had muscle in the sports and she's a trans woman. We should check her chromosomes. Yeah. Huh? Girl, go outside.
Calvin, let's bring some people into the call. I want you to talk to some people with me, okay?
Okay.
All right, here we go. This is
your favorite one.
I don't know. I'm not bringing that guy back in. No way.
No, I said, who's your favorite one?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I got Melina. Melina's great. I've talked to her before.
Okay,
Melina, you're on with me and Cal. What's going on, buddy?
Hey.
Hi. What's up? How you doing? Been a long time no chat.
Hi.
I think you may have your delay on. You need to listen through not the show because there's like a 7-second delay.
Is there?
Yeah.
Are you there now? Can you hear us real time?
I just want to say I love you, Jaffe.
I love you, Jaffe. What do you love about me? Let's talk about me. Let's make this about me.
Okay.
What is the thing you love most about me?
My brother introduced me to Twisted Metal 2.
Mm-hmm.
And he's my older brother.
I love this
But
story.
I loved playing with,
Oh, so the
your
games we worked on made you happy?
Yeah.
I love that. That's really I love hearing
My
that.
favorite character is Angela Fortin from
Oh yeah, of
the
course.
first Twisted Metal.
Yes. Yeah. Well, that I think we actually had a developer with Jennifer Fortin did the sound. Calvin, are you clipping your fingernails?
No, but I'm playing with tweezers. Can you hear it?
Yes, we can all hear it.
Oh, well.
Jennifer Fortin did a lot of the sound on Twisted Metal 1 and 2, and so that's where the name came from. But yeah, I love that character as well.
That's so cool.
Yeah. All right. Well, anything you want to ask or talk about specifically as it relates to the topic, or are you just calling to say hi?
I'm just calling to say hi.
Excellent. Are you currently on recreational drugs? And if you are, good for you. Good for you. What do you got? What do you want? What do you want?
You don't want to share or what?
Yeah, what the hell, Melina?
I love you, Jaffe.
I love you too, Jaffe. Let's go to the sock hop and then the Olive Garden. Calvin, you want a new mom?
Yeah.
You want a new mom? I'm taking her to the Olive Garden.
Okay,
Yeah.
do I still get the other one? Or
Yeah,
is
we'll
it
keep
like
we'll
an
keep the other
exchange?
one too. She's awesome.
Okay.
All right, Melina, thanks for calling, buddy. I appreciate it.
Yes.
Call back
I love you
anytime.
too.
Anytime, bud. That woman is stoned, but I love her.
Yeah.
All right. This is Matthew. Matt, you're on with me and Calvin. Hey, Sarah's in the chat. My other kid's in the chat. That is my baby.
Okay, Sarah.
All right, what's
Happy
up?
Sarah
What's up,
moment.
Maddie?
It's like
Matthew.
Matty B raps.
No, no, it's
Maybe
not
he's
Maddie.
gone.
No, he's there. It'll take him a second. He might be on a delay. We'll wait.
You
Maddie.
spoke with Matty B raps.
Maddie, are you there, bud? All right, let me pop him out there. Let me bring in. Who am I bringing in? One
Do
second.
the one with the dog profile picture.
There's two dog profile. There's KP.
What?
KP's got some. KP, it's Jaffe and Calvin. What's going on, bud? KP.
I guess everybody like died or something.
No, he's there. What's up,
Oh,
Cal?
what's up, dog? How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Hey, my nephew's in the
What's up,
chat.
what's up?
My nephew. There's Daniel. This is amazing. It's a family reunion. What's up, KP? What do you want to talk about?
Holy fuck! I can't believe I'm talking to the creator of Twisted Metal 3. This is wild.
No, you go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. What's going on? What's up? What do you want to chat about?
Nothing. I just ordered a pizza. I'm just waiting for it. What about
You
you?
kind of sound like Charlie from Smiling Friends.
Me?
Yeah, a little bit, in a way.
Who's that?
Okay, well, it's Charlie from Smiling Friends. I don't. I have no other explanation for that. He's just like a little like creature guy. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you ordered a pizza and you're just calling to say hey, but you really have nothing to talk about? Is that what's
No,
happening?
not really. No. I just
I
want to say
think
hi.
maybe everybody in the call-in waiting room was like sharing a joint, is what happened.
Yeah, you got it. I don't want to not have you on the show, but if you have nothing to talk about, I gotta.
All right, it's okay. You can kick me. Maybe next time I'll think of something.
Oh yeah, please do call back anytime, buddy. That'd be great.
right,
Search
all
up
right.
Charlie Smiling Friends.
There you go. All right, let's bring in the other dog guy. This is who's this? It's Jaffe and Calvin.
King Ott.
What's up, King Ott? Kanat. What's up, buddy? Are you there? Are you there? All right, well, I guess not. Let me bring in.
Damn, nobody's here.
They're there, but sometimes they get busy. I don't know what they're doing. There's a guy. What's this guy? B
You
somebody?
have two people in here now.
Yeah, the first one that talks gets to stay on.
Hello.
Who's
Okay.
it's B. What's
winner,
up?
Winner, chicken dinner.
There you go. Who is this? Who's calling? What's your name?
My name is Big Friend, but it is on Russian. I want to apologize in advance. My English is not very good.
Your English
But I
is better
still
than my
want to-
Russian, so I'm impressed by you. Go ahead. What's going on, bud? What do you want to talk about?
I'm not Russian, to be clear, and also to be clear, I'm quite right wing, and I just watch your show because I like to see other people's perspectives.
Okay.
So
Well, thank you
I
for
want
watching the
to
show.
ask you- okay. I want to ask you some question. You know, basic question.
Go ahead.
Why do you think culture should approve messaging that don't support growth of the nationwide?
Okay, I want to make sure I
my-
understand you because the
Okay,
accent.
my point is that obviously empires have built by the people. It's obvious. Everyone knows how to make people, and when you promote ideologies that chunks quite big part of your population from recreation process, it's actually quite damaging for the population, especially when we consider modern demographic, which is absolutely horrible in every first world country.
Okay, so let me just make sure I
I-
understand.
I kind of have like audio processing issues. I don't.
Let me make sure. I think I understand, but let me repeat it back real quick. So you're asking, why do I or my country or people in my country support things like gay folks who, if they hook up and get together, aren't going to be able to make babies, and thus the population's going to drop, and why would we support that? Is that what you're asking?
It's quite simplistic, but in masses, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I can answer a little bit.
You go first, then I'll go, Calvin. Why do you think we support people who can't make babies?
Well, because, like, I don't really care if people are getting together to make babies or not. Like, I'm not, like, going up to, like, straight infertile couples and being like, break up, you can't make a baby. Like, but, like, gay people, I mean, also, like, oh, shit, my my point, it's gone.
Well, I'll jump in. So, yeah, because my goal as a human on this planet is to have a good time and hope other people have a good time, and I don't really think that the whole reason we exist is just for everybody to make babies. I think the fact is, I like the fact that if two people find each other, whatever sex they are, and they make each other happy and they love each other, why would I want to not allow them and support them being together? Why would you
not my business.
Why would you not support that?
I understand, and I didn't tell that I did not support that. I mean that why you promote such behavior. Know that you allow its existence, but why you systematically promote it in culture.
What do you mean by promoting?
Yeah, how do you promote? What do you mean?
Well, not just including such characters, but creating usually poorly written messages in many actually existing franchises like, Star Wars, Dragon Age, and...
well, Dragon Age has always had gay characters in it, but take Star Wars.
Yes. Dragon Age always had gay characters, but they were really good written, and you could just kill them if you wanted.
Wow,
and
that's
you can
terrible.
do that in Dragon Age.
Okay. Well,
you can't even kill gay people
Wait
anymore.
a minute. So I don't agree with the idea of killing gay people, of course, or anybody just because you don't agree with them. But
you can do it in older games.
Okay, fine.
It's point of RPG.
Okay, well, that's you're getting in the weeds, and it's not relevant to your conversation. The conversation, though, about is why is it that that you basically support that in your game is what you're saying? Like whether you can kill them or not, are you saying why would you put them in your game or movie?
Not just put them as literature thing, but to concentrate on that issues and that issues alone, that it will hurt everything else. And
but you're just talking about bad writing. I think you and I both agree.
Yes, but why you get permission for bad writing because you have some gay characters?
I think you're simply wrong about your. I don't know if you're a writer, but I'm not a good writer, but I've written things before and I've co-written things that have been really successful, and I can tell you the idea that bad writing is bad writing. If you want to have, a Rambo movie and it's the fucking, most heteronormative thing in the world, if it's bad writing, it's still bad writing. So,
yes, but why everyone using diversity, inclusion and equity as excusement for having bad writing?
There is no excuse for having, there is no excuse for having bad writing.
Here, I understand.
You're making the assumption that somebody who wants to put diversity in a story, it's automatically going to be bad writing, and I would argue with that.
No, it's totally not the point, and I myself can have some really good games with trans characters. It's not very popular right now, but I can have it. No, and my point is why you concentrate on things in such manner, and why in exactly that things?
Me as a guy with a stream, or you mean the industry who writes things?
Industry. I'm interested primarily.
Probably because, again, there are a lot of people in the industry that are left and progressive, and they feel
Or
these
queer.
things. Or, well, I was going to get to that, and they feel these things, but also you've got a lot more people who have found each other over the internet, whether you're talking right-wing people or you're talking trans people or queer people that have been like, hey, you know, I'm not alone. And so they have always been the creatives in terms of left-wing people. Not always, but they tend to be the majority. They've always been the majority of creatives. And so they're gonna express what they think is interesting. And if there's a good executive and you're spending a lot of money, then I think the executive should come in and say, you can express whatever you want, but we're spending this much money. So you need to find a way to write better so it doesn't turn off people that may not agree with your politics. But if you want to make a little indie game, we'll pay for that too. Go crazy. Every art form has always done that.
It would also be weird as hell to only have straight people in a game, because that's just like, that's not how like real life works. Like if you know like 10 people, like one of them's probably going to be gay.
Depends. Not in my country. Actually.
Well, of course they're gay in your country. They're just not allowed
They're
to
not
be.
telling you.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's quite complicated. Okay. I just want to tell you that my point is why then writing is so bad. Because I understand that most of the intellectual property that is really good is made by left-leaning people. But why it's degraded so much in modern times?
Well, that's a different. That's a good. Well, hang on. That's a good question, and it's a different question. So, if you're talking about video game writing, or are you talking about movie writing?
Video game, movie, it's actually too, but I'm not very movie fan. So,
The video game writing in general is usually bad because, and I've said this over and over. If you are a really good writer, you're not working in video games, right? Because if you want to write a book, you own the copyright, you own the characters. Now it's hard to make a living, but if you get lucky and or talented and smart, you run everything because you own it. Or if you are working in television or movies, if you're a showrunner who's usually a writer, you're running the thing. And if you're in movies, you have no control if you're a writer, but you get paid a shit ton of money. Why in the fuck would you go work in video games if you're a great writer, unless you're one of those rare people, and there are a few, but not a lot, that genuinely feel that the interactive form, and I agree with them, by the way, is an insanely delightful, amazing, pond of potential for storytelling and interactive holodeck style storytelling. But most writers are not that. They would rather be writing somewhere else, but this is kind of the gig they can get. That's what I think about most video game writing.
First, about industry, it's obvious that video game industry is really fast growing, and it had a lot of money in it. And why studios then just don't pay more money for the people that write dialogue?
Because they don't have to. Because the audience doesn't care. The audience does not care. You might care, but it's the same reason. It's the same reason I don't live in a massive mansion where film directors do, because it doesn't move the needle for marketing. No one shows up. They show up for Kratos, not for David Jaffe's next game or Corey Barlog's next game. Yeah,
I understand. But for example, we have this great BioWare things, and their primary reasons of success, it's quite good writing. And when they get utterly rid of that in the Andromeda and Veilguard, they not lose, but they should have much more money if there will be just...
but Veilguard is not well written. Veilguard is one of my favorite games of the year, but it's not well written.
Yes, but so why they just don't pay people that write dialogue in the games that need good dialogue? Why don't they don't pay them more?
Well, maybe if people, maybe, okay, here's what I'll tell you. If you can't, are you guys saying his mic is low? Okay. If you are saying, if the people that don't like Veilguard, and if it doesn't sell, would stop ragging on trans people and gay people and simply rag on the writing, then maybe the executives will get the message, oh, maybe we should spend more money on better writers. But when you guys go off and act as if, the real problem is, oh my God, there's a trans character. Okay, I'm gonna let you go. You get the last word. Go.
Okay, it's not a point of masses of regular people to tell executives how they can do their work. It's just not how it works. I just can't understand why.
It's exactly how it works. You have all the power in the world. If you don't buy something, you're telling the executives how to do their job.
Usually didn't understand what they really want. It's just obvious truth. Let me finish, please. I just don't understand why we have this great era of video gaming from 2000 to 2014, 15, in my case, where there was a lot of passionate people that was able to create really good games with good dialogues and good writing, make this whole media is some kind of art. And
hang on, I want to get the timeline right. You said 2000 to 2014.
In my opinion, yes, it's the best.
Okay, how old were you when you were? How old were you in 2000 to 2014?
Well, actually, I was about 15.
Yeah, there's your answer.
Yes, I'm really
there's your answer. See you, bud. Thanks for calling. Call back anytime.
Well,
all right, who do we want to bring in, Cal?
I don't know. Is anybody like good? Like, do you
I
know
don't.
any of
I don't
these people?
know. I mean, Matt says he wants to talk. Matt, what's going on, bud?
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up, man?
Are you listening on your computer? Because there might be a delay.
Yeah, I just turned it off.
Okay, what's going on?
Not a lot. I got a couple of things for you. It's kind of shooter's choice. What do you think about Ubisoft trying to sell off to Tencent as long as like the Guillemons keep I guess creative whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I if you're Tencent and you're going, I mean, I don't like Tencent for government reasons, but if you're Tencent and you're like, wait a minute, the whole reason you're selling is you guys have shat the bed with your inability to connect with what the audience wants. So why would we sell to you and then turn around and let you keep creative control? You're the reason that you need to sell your company. So that seems a really weird ask, but I guess you ask for whatever you want at the beginnings of a negotiation and you end up deciding how much you're willing to give away. But I mean, unless there's some story about, look, we couldn't afford to make the kind of games we really wanted to because X, Y, and Z. Like we wanted to cancel Skull and Crossbones, but we couldn't because we were getting tax breaks like they were from Shanghai. And part of the tax breaks were like, you can't cancel the game. It has to ship. And we wanted to cancel this 4 years ago, right? So if maybe they can kind of convince Tencent that the reason they need Tencent's money is, look, we have this vision. We haven't been able to pay for it, but with your money and our vision, we're all going to get really, really rich or more.
I mean,
rich.
I really thought, Star Wars Outlaws was going to be a slam dunk, like GTA, Star Wars, or that's the comp, I guess. I don't think the execution's quite there, but I thought that would be a slam dunk for him, and I guess
I loved it. One of my favorite games of the year. But yeah, just Star Wars. The Star Wars brand is pretty battered right now. All right, Matt, thank you for calling, but I appreciate it.
Wait. I got one more thing.
One more thing. All right, just like Steve Jobs. Am I right?
Just like Steve Jobs.
All right, go.
Now, let's talk about machine games making an immersive sim of all things.
It's so good. It's so good. Have you played it?
I have not played it yet. I don't have an Xbox, but I mean, watching you stream games has really kind of like turned me on to like streaming. And the possibilities.
Oh,
of that,
just so we're clear, when you say stream games, you don't mean me streaming on YouTube. You mean me streaming in the cloud and bringing the game.
Them.
Yeah. It's staggering. Hell, Calvin and I need to get another fucking GeForce Now because we're always like stepping on each other because we share the account. And he's like, can I get on it? Can I get on it? And I'm like, can I get on it? It's excellent. If you are close enough to a server farm and you have decent enough internet, which is not insanely great to have, just like 300 megabits down, it's a game changer. It's delightful.
I think so. And I just think I really think it's neat that machine games like really stepped out of their comfort zone. They went from like a kind of a twitchy first person shooter to a straight up not quite,
it's not Deus Ex, but it's what I love about it. And I know a lot of people like to complain about it because they're like, oh, I wish it was third person, but I'm such an indie fan. And this is a game that doesn't let you watch Indiana Jones be Indiana Jones. This is a game, not just because it's first person, but because of all the sort of immersive sandbox light, it lets you be Indiana Jones.
Puts you right in his shoes,
Yeah, it's delightful. I love it.
I really thought this was going to be an Uncharted kind of thing. Where
I'm
it's gonna
glad
be
it's
like,
not.
all right,
I'm glad it's not.
you
It may
know.
not sell as well because of that, but it's delightful.
I mean, the Uncharted games are great. You know, I really like the shooting and all that stuff. But you know, the in between stuff, yeah, it's great the first time you play it or the second time you play it. But after that, you know, it's kind of worn off. It's
All right.
its novelty.
I'm with you,
But, all right,
baby.
yeah,
Thank you,
you're-
Matt.
you're-
Thank you,
you're
bud.
done with me.
I just got to move the show along because you know
No,
we're
you're good.
yeah.
You're
All right,
good,
thanks, buddy. I'll let you know. Some people in the chat are like, "Where's the game conversation?" I will make it up to you. I have got so much game content lined up that tomorrow morning I'm going to get up and do another Gabbing and Games. I usually don't Gabbing and Games on Saturday morning. I'm going to give you another one. I've really loved, and I'm continuing to love talking to you guys, having callers, talking to Calvin. I hope you dig it as well, but if not, though, like I said, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. I've got like 40 tabs open right now with a bunch of fucking video game news. All right, Calvin, who should we take next, my friend?
Let's.
I would like to bring in Jaffe's cocksock, but you know, you guys do what you choose.
I don't know. Love is love or something. You can do whatever you want.
Well, no, you pick. Who do you want to hear
I don't have
from?
any. I don't really have any. I don't
All
know.
right, I'm gonna bring in Jaffe's cocksock because I just got to know. Jaffe, you're on. What's going on, champ?
What's up, Jaffe?
Yeah, I'm doing a stream. What's up with you?
Okay, so here's my thoughts. First of all, I want to say your son slays. Usually
he
I
does.
mask, and your son is just bringing me all out tonight. That's awesome.
Talk to me
Awesome hair.
about that when you say he slays and you usually mask. I know what both of those things mean. I don't understand those two things together in this sentence.
I'm just saying right now, live on air, I'm just going all out. I'm being totally 100% queer.
Oh, gotcha.
No masking.
That's good.
Gotcha. Okay, well, good for you. Yeah, he is the knees bees. He's cooler than I ever was. He's just a fucking cool guy. I adore this nerd. Shut up, Calvin. Shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's awesome, and I appreciate you saying it, but I agree with you, buddy.
Also wanted to say thanks. The conversation earlier today about the United Healthcare and the shooting and all that,
Yeah.
it inspired me to, I'm a writer and performer, it inspired me to write a whole piece about it, a whole performance piece about from the perspective of the shooter, maybe why he might have done it or, you know, different angles of it. And so thank you for that. It's turning out to be pretty good.
Oh, good. Well, I haven't, there's that John Q movie. I think a lot of people are bringing up that particular story because again, people are like, Jaffe, how can you support what he did? I'm like, I don't have all the data, but just at a meta level, how many people we had a guy call in. I don't know if you heard. We had a guy call in and his stepdad almost died because United Healthcare would not approve fucking insulin. And I'm like, the man is going to die. And you guys are more, it's, I don't know what to tell you.
Such kind souls.
Yeah.
It's brutal. Yeah. When that guy called in, that really touched me. That was that made it real,
Absolutely.
We joke about it, but it's real people's real lives are affected by this kind of stuff.
And how many, somebody else said, how many people randomly die a day we don't even think about? And some fucking rich fuck,
right.
Who has all the money in the world, makes $10 million a year by basically trying to pinch pennies and deny people their health that they pay for, by the way. And we're supposed to act all sympathetic. I feel bad for his kids. I feel bad for his wife, but fuck him.
I don't feel bad for him. Like, I don't know. Hell.
Yeah. Well, then we don't know what kind of personal life he had. Maybe his wife hated him. We don't know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Well,
still.
I think here's what I think I would say to him if I could speak to, and I don't even know what her name is. I'm sure they're in a very private place right now. But if I could speak to the wife, I would say this.
Everybody hates you, and I'm glad your husband died. He probably killed himself.
It's probably, that's terrible. That's not nice, Jaffe's cocksock. Come on, don't play that sound clip. Don't do that.
By the way, if you couldn't, it's Twisted Sith, by the way. But
okay.
Do you like the new name?
Not really. I don't like having to say Jaffe's cocksock in front of my son. No, I'm not particularly fond of it.
Sorry about that. Let me ask you one more thing. Who is your favorite Mortal Kombat babe of them all?
Sonya Blade, but that's just nostalgia talking. If I had to really choose again, I would say Sonya Blade, or Cassie, whatever her daughter's name is.
Nobody beats Jade. Come on.
I don't even know Jade that well. Which one is Jade? Isn't she just like in a ninja outfit that's green?
Yeah, she's got a pole, I think.
Okay, wow, she sounds great. You've really sold me. I've changed my mind. But now take Street Fighter. You have a
Damn,
bevy.
girl, you wearing green and have a pole.
You got a pole. But until the pole came out, you are not masking anymore. You gay as the day is long, sir. But what I'll tell you though is if you look at Street Fighter though, like I don't get the Chun-Li love, but Cammy all day, any day, 5 days a week. I don't know how that works with the week number of days in a week. But yeah, Street Fighter, I think you have more options. But you know,
I like in Street Fighter when you fight the street.
I love that part. I love that. I love that you love that, Calvin.
Yeah.
All right, Sith. See you later, buddy.
All right, thanks.
There he goes. All right, let's bring in this guy with M in his name. Let me get this super chat first. I want to make sure I get these. I'm sorry about that delay. 1 Minute Gamer, been a member for almost 2 years, 23 months. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. He says, I can't believe we might lose Tom Clancy games to fucking Tencent. That's going to be a sad day. You're goddamn right. It's a good point, actually. The last thing we need is like sort of political American propaganda being controlled by China. But, you know, you're not wrong. Cantankerous, thank you, buddy. He says, hit my last super chat. Of course, I wasn't going to forget it. He says, why did Jedi Fallen Order work and Outlaws didn't? Jedi, game type, game quality. Wayne B, I will acknowledge you. I'll answer that in a second, Cantankerous. Wayne B, I'm acknowledging you. Thank you, bud. Here's what I think. I mean, I think first off, you hear a lot of people saying, I want to be a Jedi. And that's cool. I get that. I mean, for me, I would have been surprised by that if I had worked on the game because I always thought Han was a lot cooler than Luke, and I thought most people did. But that said, though, people wanted their lightsabers and their force powers. And I get that if we hadn't gotten that, but we've been getting that ad nauseum for decades. So I'm okay. I didn't miss it, but that is certainly something I hear a lot. I don't think it was the game type. I think it was a couple of things with Star Wars. I think the reviews, because the buggy version they released and the poorly balanced as it relates to stealth and force fail stealth missions, that's where they got hit. And then on top of it, you had the culture war part that really wasn't founded for that game. I played the whole game. I rarely finish games. I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about other than them just saying, okay, well, the actress is a much more attractive woman than the face of the character that the actress did the mocap for. And yeah, I would agree with that. The actress is more traditionally attractive, but it wasn't like Kay Vess was the female version of, you know, the Elephant Man. She was still spunky and cute and fun, really well written. So I don't know. I don't get the woke thing from these people. I think it was, though, that contributed where people didn't really try it and play it. Because most people who try it and play it, even now with the patch, actually go, hey, this is a pretty good game. But, you know, but I actually think it's a better Star Wars game than the Jedi games from Stig, even though I think his games are better games. I think Fallen Order and Jedi Survivor are much better moment-to-moment nuts and bolts video games than Outlaws. But I think Outlaws is a better Star Wars game in the same way that Indiana Jones lets you live the life of Indy. Jedi feels like a cinematic game where you're just kind of controlling a movie that's unfolding and it's really good. But Outlaws is like a Star Wars simulator, and I've never had that in a video game, and I've been playing them since Lucas dropped the arcade, Red 5 Standing By game in the arcades back in the day. So that's what I would say. All right, Calvin, who we bringing in? Just pick somebody.
I feel like Dragonfly has been in there for a while.
Dragonfly is the jerk from Russia. You want to bring this guy back on?
Wait, what is it?
He's the guy who is just like a real snotty prick.
Okay, well, I don't know the lore of these people.
Yeah, his lore is, unless the audience wants to hear from him or he wants to call and he's got something really great to say, I'll leave it up to the chat. If they've been talking to him and he's got something worth saying. In the meantime,
is he gonna be like annoying?
He might be, but let me bring in this guy. His name starts with an M. I don't know what it is. M, it's Jaffe. I don't see what your name is. What's going on, bud?
Mitchell Ness.
All right, Mitchell,
Hey,
you're
what's
in.
up, guys?
How are you?
Hello.
What's up, Mitchell?
He left. You didn't see?
Oh, no.
He just went, hey, what's up, guys, and left. Also, his profile picture looked like Anthony Padilla from Smosh a little bit.
Cool. Let's bring in world-renowned, is this gamer? World-renowned gamer?
Geohound.
Geohound.
Oh yeah, it's I was Geo from the other night.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. So you're role playing. I understand. What do we call you tonight?
No, this has just always been my Discord name, but it's just GeoHound.
What's going on, buddy? What do you want to talk about?
Well, I was just calling in because I wanted to see what you guys were talking about, and then I would just probably throw up something to see if you like an interesting observation or question.
Yeah,
about
live
topic.
throw up on stream.
Go. What do you got?
Well, what are you guys tackling tonight specifically?
No,
or is it
no,
just
no,
all
no.
over the board?
Back into the pool of call-in waiting room you go. Ask them. Tell them to give you a topic. I'm not
Yes,
going to
sir.
do it.
Yes, sir.
Get back in there, you fucking
These people
you scallywag. I'm sorry. Did you want to? Do you want to be on the show or not, Mitchell?
Sorry, I just did a bunch of technical stuff. Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good.
Hear
Do you
me
want to?
okay?
Do you want to talk
Good?
or do you want? Yeah, I just didn't know if you wanted to talk or not.
I can't hear you guys at all. But I'm just gonna throw out a question.
Sure.
Calvin, thank you so much for being on the show. Really appreciate it. I think my question is growing up with, David Jaffe as your dad, did that create a fondness for video games over the years, or did you kind of have any aversion to that, or did you just kind of feel like you were ingrained a little bit more to that? And then when you look at Dragon Age, the Veilguard and stuff like that, Jaffe has been very outspoken as an advocate for the game, and I don't have anything to say other than fantastic. But I'm curious if you play those games and what your opinion is on Dragon Age, the Veilguard, or anything of that suit. What is your favorite game, and anything that you feel is a great proponent for trans and the way you live your life.
Okay. I don't really play a lot of games. I play Fortnite. Growing up with him as my dad did not really make me any more inclined or not inclined to play video games. I don't I only play Fortnite and Roblox because I'm 12.
He's not actually 12.
No, yeah, well, yeah. But I like simple games. I mostly just play games to play with my friends. It's mostly a social activity. I don't actually know what Dragon Age is. Is that the one with the trans person in it or whatever? Is that the one you talk about?
It's a dragon. Yeah. I don't know. It's something's trans in it. I don't even really
Canary,
know.
A dragon horned thing, I think.
Yeah, the dragon is trans.
It's like I think it's a human mixed with a dragon, and in this case, the human.
And they're mad about the dragon being
right,
trans.
Right. That's the thing. So the human was a male, and then is a trans woman mixed with a dragon, is what I think it is.
What?
Although Brad Glasgow's saying they're non-binary, not trans. So who the fuck even knows?
Well, no, trans, non-binary is under the umbrella of trans.
Okay, so they're non-binary is what they're saying.
Okay, and
that's how little this plays a part in this game, except one terrible scene. Is I love the game, I play it all the time. I don't even fucking know because it doesn't get in the way. But but anyway,
I'm maybe concerned about maybe it's grooming people to become dragons.
Yeah.
Maybe the issue there is maybe they don't understand that trans people. You know what it is? They might not understand that trans people aren't dragons.
Oh,
so they're
yeah.
I'm really scared that a trans person's gonna come in the bathroom and breathe fire on me.
Right.
Wait, is that why Texas is trying to ban drag?
Yeah, because they're drag in.
Drag
Wait.
on.
Now I get it. You guys.
You know what? I'm in support of this. I'm in support of this. We should
so
all become
simple.
conservative.
Yeah, I fuck the dragons, fucking smog and all that shit.
What,
Fuck
you want
these
to fuck a
dragons.
dragon?
Yeah, is that okay?
I think love is love.
Love is love.
Can you sign off for a second? We need to
Love
talk
is
about
love.
this for a second.
That's right. But yeah, I mean, But anyway, point is though, yeah, Calvin doesn't really play a lot of games. There's no idea of David Jaffe as his father. They don't give a fuck. They never, and nor should they. There was never any sense of oh my God, my dad. Even when I was a big name in video games when they were really
That's how
little.
it seems to be with every child of notable person.
Yeah.
Because I Patrick Stump of Fall Out Boy. He was the only thing my kids cared about was when I made music for the Spider-Man show.
Right, that's right.
That's
And
amazing.
Calvin was going to be in the Twisted Metal live action movies in 2012, and I don't know what.
And then I just didn't because for some reason I did. I was like, I want to play Minecraft.
I'm like, okay, I'll hire somebody and pay him $1,000. Whatever, sucks to be you, Cal. Yeah,
I can still do it.
yeah, we'll go back.
There's a whole TV show you could fit in there. I'm sure you can.
I'm sure.
It's like Photoshop me in there.
There you go. All right, buddy. Thank you for calling. I appreciate it,
Hey,
man.
thank you.
All right,
Appreciate
there you
you.
go. Anytime. Hey, let's bring
now that
in.
I figured out that
Hey,
trans people are dragons,
it's
I'm pretty
Tech
scared.
Protect. Is my child home yet? Tech Protect.
Yeah, we just got home. She ate some Dominoes. Now she's she's upstairs.
Aw,
Epic Sarah moment.
Yeah, well, I just dragged you on for no reason. This is Tech Protect, who is my daughter's boyfriend, and they're in Vegas. They live in Vegas at the moment. So, Tech Protect, you just met us for the first time.
Rate us on a scale of 1 to 10
Yeah,
in detail.
Yeah, no details, just 1 to 10. We're horrible progressive family, correct?
My rating for the family, including mom, dad, and brother, in no order, is 9 out of 10, 7 out of 10, and 8 out of 10 is where I'm going.
Oh, fuck you? Gave me the 7, son of a bitch. That's fine. That's fine. Whatever. Back in the
Didn't
pool.
even rate Ace.
Yeah, I didn't even rate the dog. What the fuck, man?
Oh, Ace is a top tier dog. Ace
You got them right.
I want to say 10.1 out of 10.
Okay.
There you go.
The point 1 is like the little dogs he ate, so he has like extra.
He's extra dog.
All right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna talk to you later, Tony. God damn it, Tech Protect.
Sounds good.
All right, man. All right, Courtney Williams coming in from New Zealand. What's up, Courtney? It's Jaffe. Courtney. Courtney.
Courtney. If we haunt her, maybe she'll
Oh, it's a he.
get scared and come back. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. Watch this. This will get him in. Here he is, the best looking man on the internet, Courtney Williams.
He might have died.
Courtney, you there? Wow. Okay.
He keeps muting and unmuting. I'm guessing there's like issues.
Courtney, where did your mother and I go wrong? What the fuck, man? All right, well, that's not working for us.
It's a very dashing young fellow with the Discord, with the generic Discord profile picture. I was swept off my feet even.
All right, let's bring this guy in. I don't know. Is this Cosmic Bandito, maybe? I don't know. I see a C. What's up, man?
Yeah, it's Cosmic Bandito.
Cosmic Bandito, it's Jaffe. What's up?
What the?
Oh my god.
How's it going?
It's good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
What do you want to talk about, my friend?
Well, I guess one thing I feel about the trans issue. The only thing
there's an issue. What's the issue?
I know. It is when the males transition to the females, and then they have all had all this testosterone and muscles, and then they really perform well in sports and such, and outperform the other people.
Cosmic Bandito, I don't mean to be. Are
you drunk as fuck?
Are you crying?
Or drunk?
What?
Are you drunk?
No.
Are you high?
A little.
Good for
I
you.
was right. They are sharing a joint in that chat.
Yeah, I'm not opposed. Nobody's opposed to it. Good for you.
Hey. Anyways, is that a way to delegitimize what I'm talking about?
No, well, no, but
funny.
I think the delegitimization of it is that, like I already said earlier, we've already covered.
Like name a trans woman.
I was in there. I couldn't have you on because it would echo in the.
Okay, well, I'll just hit it very, very, very briefly. The gist of it is that I think most people, trans, cis, or otherwise, would say it would be great for all sports to be fair and competitive, and most people are not looking for a way to cheat the system. And so I think if the real issue felt like it was coming from, are there things we can do to make...
hold on.
Oh, can I finish? To make sports fair, cool. But the fact that it just so happens to be kind of coming at, like Calvin said, no one talked about this shit before.
And it's females, not males.
I got it. I hear you.
And that's the problem, is that they obviously have a disadvantage against males in the sports arena, and you can't.
Which sports?
What do you mean, which sports?
Which
well,
sports, babe?
which sports? If you have a, go ahead.
Females are in the NBA and winning. Which females are
Okay, so
in
basketball?
and winning?
Is that the example?
Which females
Yeah,
are in any of those sports and winning.
Okay, so basketball is his example, Calvin.
Okay, which women in basketball are winning?
Are winning against men.
Probably very few because they don't play against
What I
men.
mean is the very top performers, the NBA, the top performers, they don't have a chance against them. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, yeah,
Do
but
you have an example of this?
Wait,
or you just-
wait a second, though.
Yeah,
So,
they play. They never can win.
wait a second, though.
Yeah, you need to calm down. bro.
This
It's
is
fine.
why. This is
No,
why.
you're claiming things that aren't.
No one is claiming anything. Angry drunk, calm down.
You need, yeah, you go. You need to,
Listen.
can you take another hit, or you'll be fine? I promise.
Just listen.
Like,
Let me
it's
explain.
okay.
Calvin.
Let me explain this to you. Let me explain it. So here's the issue. If there are, and I couldn't support the trans community more than I can, or I do, as far as I'm sure they could tell me there's lots of things I could do better, and I'll try. But what I would tell you is, if there is a sport and a trans woman looks like she's coming into that sport and it's clearly unfair, I would take issue with it. But I would also take issue if you have a little guy boxing a really big guy, which is why there's welterweight, middleweight, featherweight, heavyweight, right? I think most people who enjoy sports want it to be fair. And the reason that, to me, fairness should be the only thing we're talking about and not trans, if you want to say fairness matters the most, and hey, as a side note, there is this weird thing that a lot of times we get trans women in female sports and the fair stuff falls apart, then I think most trans women would say, well, yeah, that doesn't seem fair. But if you're basically talking about someone that hits all of the markers to be able to compete with a group of people, and I understand that not every sport at every level has the money to determine those markers all the time. But if the conversation acted more like it was coming from a place of good faith about fairness in sports, I think more people on the left would be open to having a genuine conversation with you. But it just so happens to dovetail.
I'm on the left.
Okay, well,
What are you talking about?
I'm basically saying that people on the left, if you're basically,
I can't be on the left.
I'm not.
With...
I'm not. I'm saying people in general. Are you listening to what I'm saying? If the goal is, if the goal is fair, if the goal is fairness, I think most people, including most trans women, would probably say, yeah, we need to make sure sports are fair. And we should do that to the best of our ability in every sport at every level within reason, because it's not going to be like a little league team can run a bunch of fucking markers for, biological, physiological blood test and whatnot. But certainly when we're, yeah, go ahead.
If you want to bar people, it's like the issue. Let me, if I'm getting this right, is it's like they have biological advantages. Is that what you're saying? Is that the
yeah? Because they grew up as a male and then they transitioned later.
I just needed
after they had all of the testosterone and muscles and everything. And
well, that's
then,
a specific scenario.
They are absolutely kicking ass over the women because they don't have any kind of chance against that kind of thing.
Right.
Okay,
so it would be
should we like ban should we ban tall people from basketball because they're just too tall and they're so much better at it, or with a separate league for tall people, or
no, that's not fair. You're talking about
why? It's a good question, Calvin. I think it's
I don't know why don't we allow the women to go against the men? It's because they can't compete.
Okay, but I can't compete in basketball either because I'm 5'6".
Yeah.
And tall people have the advantage.
Right,
Yeah,
but I'm not banned from sports. I can still try.
But there's a clear disadvantage between men and women, and I know that's a very gendered.
It's not that you're right. You're right.
About biologically,
You are absolutely right.
in.
Well, you are
And
absolutely
they just
right.
don't have any chance of ever achieving what the men can do. They're kicking their asses.
Okay,
What?
but
Do you
then
have any? What? Okay, wait. I'm sorry. One, it's all right,
Like
man.
a swimmer?
Dude, girl. Okay, it's fine. You are not gonna die. Let's calm down. Second, and I forgot actually. But
who's high?
Huh?
What? Cosmic?
Who's high?
No, we didn't ask that. But no.
Yeah, you did. Who's high? You couldn't remember?
No, I.
Oh, you're asking if I'm high?
Mm-hmm.
Not yet.
But if this call goes any longer,
Yeah.
I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start smoking.
You're yelling in my ears, man. I'm getting overstimulated.
But
one, is it too loud?
No, you're good. Here's the point. The point is, I think most people want fairness in sports, and I think there is, in the incredibly rare cases where we see women, trans women competing in sports, there does tend to be some clear advantages that don't seem
You
to
think
be.
so?
I'm not done. That don't seem.
Like statistical, factual evidence?
I would like.
I think so.
Well,
you have any?
Yeah, you don't. What? Here's the evidence you don't have.
They're winning?
Here's the evidence you don't have.
Okay, guys, I think you won,
Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
I think that.
Thank you for calling, Cosmic.
Can we just give the show to him? Can we
Yeah.
just? Can you just give
yeah.
the channel to Cosmic Vendetta?
Cosmic, thank you for calling, buddy. Be well. Be safe. See you, bud.
That guy was yelling.
Well, and I'm just like, let me fucking finish what I'm trying to fucking say. I mean, I'm trying
he
to
might have been
answer.
drunk. I don't
I'm
know if,
trying
like,
to
he
answer his
sounded really
fucking
drunk.
question. Who's this? Gun?
What's happening?
This is Glass Burrito.
Oh, hey, Glass Burrito. What's up?
Oh, I was just in the middle of a conversation in the other room there.
Well, sometimes
let me
when the
ask you
rapture
something.
happens, you got to be ready.
You're right. You're right. I was thinking about an idea I had. I'm not sure if this is of any interest to you, but it was about an alien that disguises itself as a dog like Spuds McKenzie
Mhm.
and like allures people to his house that he somehow has that has just like beautiful women, and it's just like this weird like a alternate universe that exists only because this alien is manipulating your thoughts and dreams to think that.
Okay. And so what can I do for you? What do you need, my friend?
Jaffe, I asked you this earlier. I don't know if you're interested in this, but I saw something about that. Do you know about like FPGA or any like emulation stuff? Did you see that thing about the Super Sega? It's like this like giant scam these guys are running trying to sell.
Oh, no.
This, like,
No, I saw it, but I
emulation
didn't
station.
respond because I didn't know what you were talking about.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was interested if you saw that or know anything about.
No, I don't have any data. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Well, that was kind of what I wanted.
All right, I'll look into it though if it's people are interested. I haven't heard about it, but interesting. All right,
Yeah,
buddy.
give
Thank
it a
you,
look.
sir.
It's got there's a weird backstory about these people that are running it. So good luck.
Okay.
Good luck.
I'll give it a
You
look.
kind of sound like moist critical in a way.
Oh, I do. Nipples. Thank you.
That was awesome.
See you, bud. Tech Protect says, I think the idea that because the amount of trans people in sports is so low, the restrictions don't make sense is diminutive of the rights for trans people. If we use that logic, we shouldn't support trans healthcare. Right. I mean, that's the thing. It's like if you want to discuss should sports be more fair and are there situations, which are very rare, by the way, which is another reason that it bothers me because it's so clearly a wedge issue meant to piss off people to get votes. Like if this was like a chronic big fucking problem that it's like, oh my God, we can't even enjoy sports anymore because it's so lopsided. Okay. But you got to get to these very, rare cases. It's very small.
There also are definitely cis women who could beat trans women.
Yeah, but on the whole, though, yes, you're right. There are biological differences between biological men and biological assigned at birth women, and in that, 95% of the time, you're probably not going to have an issue if your goal, whether they're trans or cis, is a fair sporting event. I think most people will agree with that. What I take issue with is a lot of people on the other side of this issue like to present it like the left is like, we don't care about sports and fairness, but because we say this is a woman, they get to be in the sports. And it's like, you know,
I don't see people saying that.
I'm sure there are some that say it, but again, most trans women who play sports are probably like, look, man, I just want to play sports. Okay. I like this and I want a fair competition. Have you ever played
Especially when
against
people start getting into it's like school sports, bro? That's PE. Who cares?
Right. I mean, if you've ever played any kind of game, let's take video games because we can all relate to that. It's not really fun to beat up on somebody that sucks. I know some of you guys are assholes and you like to kind of go into level 1 lobbies of, you know,
It'll get
shooters.
boring after
But after 5 minutes, you kind of fucking, you know, you get bored of it. So most people aren't looking for this thing to disrupt sports, but it gets presented as this kind of, you know,
Well, they're acting like it's malicious. They're acting like it's like trans women are purposefully being like, I'm about to dominate this sport.
I think there's a lot of projection that goes on. I think there's a lot of people that are willing to cheat and they'll do anything to win. And
so they think everybody else gets
they think everybody else acts that way. I'm not saying there aren't some awful trans women athletes.
People demonize trans women so much, like all the time, where they think they're all just like evil monsters, and it's like, bro, that's just like a girl.
Ravno says, Jaffe, can you explain why the trans athletes are male to female and not male, I think is what he's saying. I think what he's saying is, where are all the trans men athletes? And my answer
Nobody talks about them because everybody forgets about trans men because demonizing trans women is so much easier for conservatives that they just do that. But if you bring up trans men, they're like, oh, I don't know. And
yeah,
they don't,
I mean,
like, what is that?
You know, I mean, yeah, maybe.
There are trans men in sports and nobody cares.
Yeah, I can probably search them up if you're really interested. I'll tell you about it later.
But nobody, for some reason, like trans folks forget about trans men, and then when you bring them up, they're like, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then their whole thing falls apart because they don't know anything about
Brad
trans
Glasgow
people.
says, but there are trans people that have dominated the sport, like that, like that swimmer. Yeah, there's one case.
The swimmer? Wait. That's my favorite story. That's my favorite because she didn't even win. She just beat somebody who wasn't even in like second place.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That's my favorite thing because I think that lady's name is like Riley Gaines or some shit, and she milks that story, and she wasn't even gonna win in the first place.
Okay, well, they're saying Leah Thomas, and Brad Glasgow says she did win, but I don't care. The fact is, like people are saying, the percentage of this being an issue that you're spending time on, and you don't recognize it as
How much did she win by?
I don't know. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because end of the day, it is not some massive problem. It is a minor little fucking thing. And the fact that we can't all recognize that this is being used as a issue to divide people and get people voting is ridiculous.
Yeah, because it's like the amount of people that care about this, it's like I know you don't care. I know deep down in your soul you do not give a fuck. Why do you care?
No, I don't know.
They've been like they went on Twitter for 3 seconds and then saw some like rage bait post, and then we're like, I'm gonna talk about this forever now, and it's gonna be my personality, and it's like, okay, sure.
All right. Who do we got in the chat, Cal?
King, or I actually don't know how. King Ott NW.
King Ott. You there, bud?
They're muted. I like that they are in Chihuahua.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're here.
All right. I want to hear this voice again. Melina, say something nice. Where's the voice?
Oh. What's going on?
You got the voice. You got the voice of an angel, Melina. How'd you make that? How does that work? You just got it, or you bought it, or how'd you get it?
I was born with it, Jaffe.
That's amazing. That's amazing. All right. I'll put you back in. I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
There you
I
go.
love you.
I love you right back, Melina. All right. Let's bring in
Hashtag healthcare.
Alex. What's going on, buddy? Yeah, now he's quiet. Alex, what's up, man?
Alex.
Hello?
Yes, hello, Alex. How are you, bud? Hi,
Hello.
Alex.
Does he have delay?
In so many ways, Calvin.
Oh. He's deafened. Should we take him away?
Yeah, I think you're muted. Did we mute him?
He's muted and deafened.
I don't have him that. That's you, baby. Not you, but
I think maybe he's not ready.
all right. I'm going to do this. I'm going to put something up on the screen real quick about this transports things real quick.
Hello.
Oh.
Hello, Alex. How are you, buddy? What do you want to talk about?
I'm good. I wanted to talk about the trans stuff.
Okay.
I'm kind of lost, you know.
Hmm.
I wanted to know, how do you identify a trans person? And I want to know one more important thing. Does the trans people, what was it? Fuck, forgot.
Okay.
It was very, oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If your kid is trans, how do you know they're trans? How do you identify them?
Okay, I can answer these. One, how do you identify somebody as trans? They tell you. The second one, also, they tell you. My dad found out I was trans because I was like, I'm trans.
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, and why did they get? Is it true that they got sacrificed in like the witches?
Yeah.
Yes.
Alex.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Like back in the days, you know, they sacrificed the gay people and the witches. Is it true?
Did they sacrifice gay people to witches, or did they, like, subject them to witch trials?
Well, is it the same thing? Like
That's not the same thing.
Look, back in the days, they sacrificed the witches, right?
They didn't
In, like, the 1600s?
sacrifice the witches. They killed them.
Yeah, they weren't even
killed
witches. They were just women they didn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what about the gay people when they found that they were gay? Did they kill them too?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
How long back in the day? Because yes, actually, still yes. They
But
still
why?
kill gay people for being gay.
Calvin,
Yeah.
will you ask Alex how many galaxies there are?
Okay. Alex, how many galaxies are there?
So far, 7.
He thinks there's 7 galaxies. Go away, Alex. We love you. You're out of your fucking mind.
Come on, Jaffe, you know it. Calvin, can you join the Game Awards or the Black Ops 6 charity?
Goodbye.
I don't know
Alex.
what either of those are.
Okay, I'm going to put this up on the screen real quick. This
What's on the
is now,
screen?
again, this is a Democrat. This is MSNBC, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not trying to make you guys like, see, MSNBC said it. But when this woman, she used to be a press secretary, she's on MSNBC. But I want to play this, and I just want to hear from you guys in the chat that are the conservatives pushing back on this sports thing, and then I'm going to move on. What is your response to what she says right here?
I don't know, but I can't see it.
You'll be able to hear it, I think. One sec, here we go.
I could just watch the stream.
But what I worry about, there's obviously a lot of soul searching right now going on within the Democratic Party, and that's a good thing. But what I worry about is that in the course of all that soul searching, some Democrats might reach the wrong sweeping conclusions. And there are a lot of issues that fall into that bucket. But one in particular that stuck out to me is transgender rights. Republicans spent hundreds of millions of dollars on anti-trans ads this election cycle, including one that showed Vice President Harris talking about government funding for gender-reaffirming care for prisoners and detainees. If that sounds like a particularly obscure issue, it is, because it applies to a tiny group of people. And it's also a policy that, by the way, was in place during the first Trump presidency. Another one of the lines that ran over and over again in those ads and throughout right-wing media is this idea that America is faced with a crisis of boys playing in girls' sports. Now, these ads created this perception that the issues of trans kids playing sports was dominating schools across the country, which is completely false.
Wait, what happened? Where's the rest of it? Hang on. Okay, there was more of it, but the gist of it was she basically went through she went through a lot of the stats to show that this was not this kind of thing that's happening all over the place, basically.
It's just Twitter.
Yeah, it's a very.
I think people don't understand. Like some people really can't differentiate like reality from social media, because they think everything that they see on their feed is like how real life is, and it's like not.
Yeah.
And you can tell by how they are.
Right. Again, I'm not saying you have to like Jin Saki, although I do, but I'm saying that she had the stats, and you can disagree with the stats. That's what I wanted to hear if you disagreed with the stats. But
I disagree with stats.
Well, because they'll have their own stats. I don't fucking know. Look who's still in the chat. I'm going to bring in Dragonfly for just a moment because I just can't imagine this won't be entertaining.
Maybe he's just like having fun and playing.
Maybe. Dragonfly, you're back on the show. Is there something you want to say?
Hey.
Wow.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, what's up? I think. Do you want to continue our discussion? About
No, you. I did. Did you want to be back on the show because you were in the call-in waiting room? So I didn't know if you were just talking.
I think we went kind of. You had to go, so I think we were left off with something to discuss.
Okay.
What are you trying to discuss, Queen?
Yeah, about the Marvel brand and the gaming, because, like I said, I don't know if my point was kind of clear that the why the video games are failing is because they are not targeting the right audiences. So
Gotcha.
So they are trying to make things inclusive, and they are failing. So I think that was my point, and I think you started calling names, and I don't know if that was very productive, or I don't know.
Okay.
So because my point was that businesses are throwing millions and hundreds of millions on projects that will fail, and it's okay. Progressive values are fine if you want to make things with these values. It's fine. You can make them, but why are these big corporations throwing those?
In your
millions
country,
away?
in your country, is it illegal to be gay or trans?
No, it's not illegal. It's of course not.
Okay.
I wouldn't advocate that.
Well, no, I'm not saying you would advocate it. I'm saying that can you be out and open in Russia as a trans woman, gay man, whatever?
Yeah, I'm not from Russia, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, I thought you said you were from Russia or Finland.
That was a different guy.
Finland. Sorry.
Yeah, I think we are very progressive here.
Okay.
Yeah, but
All
then
right.
my
Well,
point was that.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, look, I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. I just thought you had something new to say. But yeah, we can continue to not agree with each other, Dragonfly. Not a problem, sir. Be well. All right. Kino Control is here. Kino, it's Jaffe. What's going on?
I like this frog profile picture. I fuck with this heavily.
Be careful. You never know. What's up, Kino?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you great.
Yeah.
Hello. I wanted to talk about the trans sports issue.
Yes.
I think that all trans people should be banned from the fighting game community because we're too good at fighting games and it's an unfair advantage. No, I'm just fucking around. I actually have a question for both of you.
What is your game of choice that you think you're so good at?
I'm not really good at any video games. I was just kidding. I'm not actually.
Bitch.
I know, right? I know. I'm a troll. I'm a troll, but I'm not a troll for, transphobia and stuff like that.
Well, what do you want to talk
It's
about?
crazy.
Go ahead. Shoot.
Calvin, I have a question for you. So I heard you earlier talk about how you mostly just play like Fortnite and Roblox, and I kind of wanted to get a temperature check. You, your friends, their friends, and general discourse, one thing that we hear a whole lot of in like the conversations that your dad's having with a lot of people is like a culture war topics, like people who get mad about pronouns being shown in media, people who complain about things are going woke or that they're forcing things down your throat. I'm just wondering, amongst your peers, is that ever something that people bring up in earnest when talking about like a new show or a new game or a new movie or whatever?
All of my friends are queer.
Respect
so yeah, I wouldn't be friends with a straight. I don't support that kind of thing, but
fair enough. So maybe I shouldn't be asking you this question. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'll see people, online get mad about it, but then I block them because I think they're annoying.
That's real. But so you don't have like people like ever just kind of like out of the blue be like, oh no, I heard that movie is woke, or like, ooh, I feel like they're like forcing things down our throat.
No, because people, I don't even like know anybody who would even.
I mean, look, I think if you're trans or you're gay in this country or any country, but certainly in America, I think for you, having other people's takes on sexuality and gender are always forced down your throat. 99.9% of everything out there is, that's why it's staggering that it's like, how did these white, cis, straight men get so fucking selfish? We get everything.
If my friends are talking about like a queer character in media, they're usually like, wow, this is pretty cool. There's a queer character in this media I like, so that is pretty cool. I am sharing this with you now, and I'm like, that is pretty cool. But that's usually how that would go.
Gotcha. I mean, I guess that just kind of evokes one other smaller question then. Is there any perception amongst you and your queer friends who have those kinds of conversations that like millennials or Gen X or something like that, like they are inherently like less progressive when it comes to like media consumption?
I don't think inherently, but I think like older generations are probably generally, like statistically speaking, probably less progressive, but I don't think it comes with being older. I think it's
what I think
a cultural thing. Like
I think what has happened is the younger generation has gotten fucked terribly by a lot of the powers that be, and so they are more
they also have
susceptible.
more access to information.
Yeah, but they're more susceptible to being manipulated with wedge issues, because I think if really you want to argue about what's happening in this country, the fact that we're discussing even something like transports, and we're not discussing the fact that on the left and the right, you have people who have spent, we talked about this earlier today. Musk spent $260 million to get Trump elected. Before that, Zuckerberg spent $400 million on Biden. The fact that we are basically living in an oligarchy, that should be where our focus is. Not, 0.1% of sports might not be fair. Yeah. Is that something we should deal with? Sure.
It should be a political. It's so dumb that people made it a political issue. It's like, name one thing political about that. And technically, I know that you can't. But you know what I mean. It's like,
why are we? It's like, it's so clear.
Who genuinely cares?
It's so clear a manipulation tactic. It's so clearly a manipulation tactic.
Well, it's a distraction,
people
right?
just fall for it.
It's
it's to get that lowest common denominator kind of vote. The people who vote,
like, well, if they're infighting, then they're not going to go for the billionaires because they're too busy fighting each other. And then people fall for it.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible.
That's why I block people like that, because it's like, it's not worth my time.
Yeah, but sometimes don't you want to just pull them out of that and say, look, you don't have to be right. I don't have to be right. But do you realize we're being manipulated?
I've been trying to do that for years. I gave up. They don't listen.
I mean, David, do you think that people purposely enter your chat, be argumentative to try and make an example of you so they can point to you?
Sure, but I mean, we're using each other. I mean, I do it. That I have to be very, very careful because I like conflict media. I don't think it's necessarily healthy all the time, but that's why some of my audience is just kind of like, could you please go back to talking about video games? And I get it, and I'm trying to be very disciplined about that, and I'm going to make it up to them tomorrow with a pure video game show the minute I wake up. But honestly, though,
no woke games, right? No woke games, right?
Well, I'm just going to talk games, but I know. But the point,
no woke mind virus games,
right? But the point is though, is that I do find the argument, the debate, the drama, the theater of it, I find it entertaining, and so there is a part of me that's like, yeah, you can point at me and make an example and use me for content, but just know that
gives them a platform. Then
they've already got a platform. It's not like I'm.
I guess
like
it depends
Joe
who you're talking to.
Yeah, but it's not like I'm Joe Rogan with billions of people. I mean,
Yeah, but some of these people have like 3 followers ever, and you have what? I don't know how many you have.
I do think that,
after this stream, not many, Calvin.
I think some people do feel, probably starstruck that, a notable name in games is like arguing with them about the topics that they think they know so much about. But I mean, I just asked because first, Calvin, I want to ask just to see like if that played a role at all in conversations you have with your peers. And it's relieving to hear that it doesn't. I think it's kind of should be obvious to everybody from the outside looking in that just because, you know, some YouTubers you like talk about these things over and over again doesn't mean they're actually dominating the discourse. But David, I
It
did
just
have
gets
one
views.
small question for you
Yep.
before I head out. Did you used to have hair like Calvin? Because that's
No,
crazy.
No.
I got this from my mom.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I didn't start losing my hair till I was like 40, 41, 42.
If it helps, I'm getting gray hairs.
Yeah, but I never, you know, I mean, I didn't not have a lot of hair, but I just, you know, I never had this kind of crazy, you know, fucking rock star bullshit going on that Calvin has. I mean, he's just too.
It actually
Not
didn't
even in the
always- it used
PS1
to-
days?
Oh God, are you out of your fuck? Have you seen me in the PS1 days?
No. I mean, maybe on G4 back in the day at some point, but
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
I don't know.
Calvin's the cool kid I never was. That's for fucking sure.
Testosterone also made my hair look more like this. I don't know why, but it did.
Yeah,
That's sick.
There you go.
Well, you know what? Y'all are great. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, buddy.
I like
Have a
your
good show.
profile picture. It's a very
Thank
fire
you. It's
profile
from Super Mario RPG, a game from your dad's time. So
There
okay.
you go.
Bye bye.
All right, see you, bud. Let's bring in Doug, but a bajuga. I don't know how to say his name. Douglas, it's Jaffe, and Calvin.
Big Doug moment.
It's
Oh, hello.
Hey, man.
Am I on the stream here? This is Doug.
Yes.
Hello, Doug. How are you, Douglas?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. I'm pretty nervous. It's my first time calling in. I've listened for years, so
Oh, thanks, buddy. I
apologies
appreciate it, man.
if I stutter. I just thought I wanted to call in. I guess we're past the games part. Like earlier, you were talking about the CEO in New York and all that was going down there.
Yeah.
And I live in South Korea, so the healthcare is really different here.
Good lord.
So I'm
Yeah,
from.
yeah. You guys
I'm
had
from
you guys
America.
had your own fucking drama, didn't you? This week?
Yeah, kind of, sort. Yeah, we had a martial law for like 5 or 6 hours, but most of us were sleeping. So it did.
Really
We just kinda
effective. Really effective.
Yeah, we just woke up and we're like, what happened? And people were just surprised and embarrassed about it.
We had
so.
no rights for about 5 hours, but you slept through it. Don't worry about it. It's just a little coup. Just a little coup on the side. All right. Well, what's going on? What do you want to talk about the healthcare stuff?
Yeah, right. So I'm American, so I understand how crazy insurance works or doesn't work and how expensive things can be. And a couple of days ago, my mother-in-law with Alzheimer's, she broke her hip, and she's uninsured. So we had to take her for various reasons. She's uninsured. It's like a long story. But in the end, we took her to the hospital, and the bill is like $3,500 uninsured to get surgery on a broken hip. So then I compare that to the U.S. It's going to be like 50,000. I was looking on a lot of resources like ChatGPT, and it's just like 15x the price.
Yeah.
So
But now you say she has Alzheimer's?
yeah, she's 61 and has had Alzheimer's for like 5 years.
Just tell her that's how everybody's hip is. I'm kidding. But okay, but continue. Yes, it's horrible. Horrible. It'll bankrupt you. It'll
Yeah.
fucking put you out of it'll put you on the street. It's ridiculous.
Right. So I'm like 41 and married, and my wife and I talk about, well, do you want to go back to Florida where your family is and retire back there? And one of those major considerations are the costs. So like with healthcare, and I see this guy getting assassinated and people are cheering for it or like scolding, like how can you cheer for that? But like really, like I couldn't imagine going back there and having my retirement nest egg like wiped out just because I broke a bone or something and the healthcare doesn't cover me.
Yeah.
Also, Florida is I feel like is kind of gonna be underwater in a few years. So
Well, yeah, I
Sure,
mean,
probably.
San Diego might as
Yeah.
well, but
yeah,
but
so
yeah,
also
but,
not a great place to go.
but I mean, your point though is that yeah, I mean, this is unsustainable. Forget Game Pass being unsustainable. There is a point, you know, and I'm not given to drama or hyperbole because, you know, but I've lived for 53 years now. And I know there's a lot of things like the sky is falling, but even with like 9/11, we weren't like going, you know, we were like, okay, there's a lot that's going to change. We're no longer safe like we thought we were. We can no longer be asleep to this, blah, blah, blah. But this feels different. This, and maybe it's the internet or whatever, bringing people information faster from everywhere, but there's a real inequity problem that I think is going to get, you know, a lot worse until we solve it. And I think it's going to be so weird to look across the battlefield. I know I'm being dramatic and hyperbolic, but to look next to us on the battlefield and go, hey, you're one of those red state guys that I thought was the enemy. But Yeah, I mean, the insurance company doesn't care who you voted for. If you break your hip and you're your grandma, you're still paying $50,000 for it out of pocket. It doesn't matter what your political affiliation is. You're still fucked. And there's a point where I think, that's why it is shocking that a lot of people, including me, are like going, I kind of don't care that this fucker got shot on a fucking public street in a country that's supposed to be safe, in a city that's supposed to be safe. I don't care because he fucking deserved it. It's kind of like that line in The Joker where, he shoots Murray. And I think there's a point where it's just like, yeah, it's tragic, but you know what? You made your fucking bed, and you guys keep making the same fucking bed. And how long do you want people?
I mean,
to
yeah,
put
how
up
many
with
people
this shit?
has that guy killed? Like,
Yeah,
Right. Yeah.
So my point being is, I think, I hope we don't end up with the drama there, because I don't want that. I was a kid of the '80s and the '70s. Things were easy, and none of that shit was happening. I don't want that for my kids, for my grandkids if I have grandkids, but. This isn't getting any better. It seems like it's just getting worse. I don't know how we continue without some.
I wonder if yeah, sorry to jump in there. I was wondering, like, back when I was in Florida, my family would talk about like the single health care or like the universal health care, like it's some sort of a political thing, like, oh, this is a leftist or whatever position. But just my experience, like non-political, I feel so much more comfortable living here. Like I can, if I have a headache, I can go to the clinic and it costs $2, and I go to the pharmacy and it's $3.
Yeah.
And it's not if I'm a liberal or a conservative, I'm a human.
That's right.
And I just want to be healthy. And so besides murdering like CEOs in the street, is there a way that as a nation people could kind of come together and say,
there really
people on the right want to be healthy and people on the left want to be healthy?
No.
What if we there's too much money in it?
I don't think there is, because the very people that we need in a republic to fix it are the people that for some reason are not willing to stand up to their masters in the lobby groups and the big pharmaceutical groups and the insurance companies. And so they don't work for us.
because we have the money to take care of all our citizens.
Yeah.
But we just don't want to do it.
These people do not
They're
work
like,
for
what
us.
if I
It is-
send $100 billion to Israel and give no money to all of my citizens? That's a good idea.
And yeah, so everybody, it's a real, it's not about voting. It's, I mean, look how divided we are over stuff that isn't even really important. I'm not saying I'm not saying it's not important to a trans woman in sports and the people she competed against, and maybe it was or wasn't. I'm not saying, I'm not saying you shouldn't talk about it. Let's just not ever talk about it. It's not important. I'm not saying, there might not be an issue there to deal with. But on the list of things that we should all be worrying about, the fact that it's not this, it's ridiculous, man. All right.
It's on purpose.
It is on purpose. It's absolutely on purpose. All right. I appreciate the call, buddy. Thank you, sir.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, there he goes, man. Listen to this, Calvin. This is a question that you might be able to answer. It's from Scott Coppinger. He says, how does a girl...
Say Scott Coffin?
No.
From fucking Five Nights at Freddy's.
How does a girl know they're a boy or a boy know they're a girl when they've never been the other? Isn't it more likely they're gay? Doesn't feeling more feminine or masculine than your given sex equal... Does feeling more feminine or masculine than your given sex or assigned sex at birth equal trans?
Well, being gay is just like a totally different thing.
Yeah.
I actually don't know how to respond to that part.
Well, it's the talking
like
point, right? It's like your kid isn't really trans; they're just gay.
Yeah, and it's like, well, you can be both of those things too. So.
Yeah, it's like, do you really think that with my liberal mentality that if Calvin came out as gay and not trans, we would be like, oh, trans is fine, but Calvin, you can't be gay. I mean, it's
how does somebody know that they're trans? Well, I mean, a lot of people experience dysphoria, and also then they like learn about transitioning. They're like, oh, maybe I should. I mean, it's different for everybody. But like some people are just like, wait, I could low-key try that, and some people try it and they're like, oh no, I don't like that. So then they go back. But it's not a one specific thing. It's just like it's not really trying to phrase this well. But it's not really a set thing. It's like, oh, I am a boy now. You know what I mean? It's just like when I found out, it was my friend was trans, and I was like, you know what? Low-key, I think I am, because I thought about it and I was like, I don't like being a girl. I think that it's very uncomfortable. So I had my friends, I was like, can you guys like call me this name and like use like he, him pronouns? And they did. And I was like, damn, that was kind of epic. So then I kept doing it. And it's anything else you try and you like. It's like, how do people know they like to eat corn? Is they go and eat it, and if they don't like it, then they don't like it. If they like it, then
Well,
they're like,
yeah,
I like to eat
there's this narrative that trans kids like wake up and are told by their parents you're trans, and I mean you know you were wearing a binder. I remember the story that you went into the bagel place and you put your hair up in a cap, and I dropped you guys off at the bagel place, and I was waiting in the car.
Oh yeah. Actually, I think the way I found out was because I thought it was funny to pretend to be a guy, and I was like, wait, this is not even just funny. This is fun. I'm having fun.
Like it, you liked it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess not fun is not the right word. I wasn't like skipping around. But like I was like, this is pleasant, and my brain likes this, so I'm going to continue to do it, and then I did.
Right.
But it's anything else. It's just like if you think you want to try something, then try it. And if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. It's that simple.
These people talk about social contagion, and that's the weird thing is like
social what?
Meaning it's like, oh well, this kid in school did it, so now everybody wants to do it, and these
That's
kids.
how you find out about things.
Right, but that's kind of the thing. The idea that it's like, I get that you might be like, everybody's into this band or everybody's into trying pot or whatever. But again, you're talking, I mean, how long
Most people are not into being trans, so
Right.
most people actually bully you for being trans. So usually it's not a very desirable path, but
Right.
okay, why is this dog whining outside my door, bro? What do you want?
But then how long did we spend? That's the other thing people don't understand. It's not like we like turned around the next day and said, let's get some testosterone and get rolling. There was a
what
lot.
happened
There was
was
a
I
big
came
process.
out to you guys, and then we went, and I talked to therapists. I talked to multiple therapists. I talked to doctors, and then I got a prescription for testosterone. And by the way, went to so many therapists because I was like, guys, but what if I'm not? What if I'm making a wrong decision? I didn't, obviously. But like, it's not something you do want to win. No, I literally don't know a single person who's just like, and all of my friends are trans, by the way. I don't know a single person who was like, I think I'm going to start testosterone now. I wasn't planning on it earlier, but I think seems like a fun little treat. Nobody's doing that. It's so weird.
The narrative is just like, it's like,
And you
think
can't
about,
just go and get it. You need a prescription. That's like being like, I think I have freaking ADHD. I'm going to go and be like, can I have Adderall? They're not just going to give you Adderall.
yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, Scott says, being trans exploded recently in the past 5 years.
Explode.
But
I'm intact, so I don't
right.
know.
But again, what do you think is more likely? That
What does that even mean?
Well, meaning that, oh, why are suddenly all these kids trans? It must not be real. It must be coming from some manipulation, blah, blah, blah. And it's
because
like
they know about being trans, and there's more trans people that they can be like, oh, that's like me. That's why representation is important, because it's like, imagine if you were like ginger and there was literally you never saw another ginger person. I guess it's not a great analogy, but I'm using it anyway. And then you saw it on TV and you're like, wait, hold up. You can, my analogy doesn't work, but so I guess ignore that. But
the point though, I think you're making, tell me if I'm wrong though, is that when you find your people, just like if you love Metaphor, Reef, and Tazio, and you're like, oh, I like these people. They like what I like. They're who I am. They're my people. You find your people, and so suddenly it feels less fearful to come out as a trans person. Just like back in the 70s and 80s, it was like to come out as gay as a teenager was like insane, right? You wouldn't do it. My brother didn't do it. He knew he was gay in high school. Junior high, probably before that. I don't fucking know.
It's like, it's not that it's just like more like people are being like converted to being trans. It's that people are finding out that you can do that, and there's more support around it now, so they feel more safe to do it.
Yeah, but what do you answer to this? So like Brad Glasgow says, but the rate of gender dysphoria and queer identification is drastically higher among young people than any other generation. Well, they're probably more accepting. But what does it matter? What does it matter if suddenly 30%?
Words to use now.
Yeah, I mean,
there's ways to figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, let's say 30% of the population instead of 15% of the population now identifies somewhere on the LGBT area, and you know, so what? What does it matter if it turns out that out of the 30%, maybe 10 are not exactly what they thought they were when they were 15, right? I mean,
by the way, the rate of detransition is less than 1%, and that's funny because trans people are less than 1% of the population, and then less than 1% of trans people actually detransition. The rate of regret, I think, on every surgery actually is higher than gender affirming surgeries.
I mean,
gender affirming surgeries actually have the lowest rate of regret. Actually,
yeah, and you guys watching, it's like, do you guys think that Calvin or his friends didn't think about this? Do you think it was like, I'm
bored, I'm gonna go on testosterone.
And it's like, do you think they didn't think about, well, okay, but, you know, we talked about it. He talked about it with therapists. What if you decide to change your mind? That's not like Calvin didn't think that's some new idea.
And by the way, if you change your mind, everybody lived. Nothing like, okay,
Right.
I changed my mind. Going back now. Like, worst case, I'll just, like, if I change my mind, I guess I have a mustache now. I guess that kind of sucks.
Yeah, but I mean, exactly. It's like,
who
you know,
cares?
right. Guy who's bored says, I'm a doctor and I've had a few older patients tell me they wish that being trans was even somewhat socially acceptable when they were younger. They are trans, but never pursued gender confirmation.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
how
sad.
tragic, how sad. You know, but the thing that strikes me is some of these comments, you guys, is like, and these are smart people. They're parts of our community. I don't have any issues with them and stuff. But when they write stuff like, where did it go? This idea there, it's like Mr. Rob says, I think it's fake gender dysphoria that becomes real in their head and they just stick with it. And it's like, Mr. Rob.
Does he have any proof for that? He just saying it?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, Mr. Rob, you're talking to a trans man right now on the show. You've got You've got a doctor in the chat that's telling you his experience with older patients. I get that you may think it's fake gender dysphoria, but you know what? I don't. If you don't have
what does that even mean?
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is, what does it matter what you think? I don't really care about telling veterinarians how they need to treat, you know, pinworm or heartworm in dogs. It's like, why do so many people have an opinion on this?
Like they think it matters. It's like, I don't care nobody cares what you have to say about it. It's like, especially if you're not researching it.
But I'm not, well, anyway, I was just finish and you can take over that. But I'm not saying like nobody cares, like, fuck you, your opinion doesn't count. But I'm saying, if you're not engaged in this, if you're not trans, or you may not think you're trans, or your children or your family isn't trans, why are so many people having an opinion on this? It's like,
why do you care?
Yeah.
It's just an arbitrary thing to care about. Like, it is baffling because it's like, I mean, what's the problem? You just don't like them, so you want to have like an argument against them, but you can't. You can just say you don't like people. People think you're a dick, but people think you're a dick anyway.
Scott says, what about guys who abuse this and say they're a girl in order to go into the girl's bathroom?
Is he joking?
No, but that's another, you know, that's a valid thing, or not, it's not valid to me, but that's one of the narratives. And it's like, you know,
but the thing with these people is that they just believe anything. And it's like, you guys have a phone. You have a phone. Look it up. That is, it's
you mean look what up? How frequently that occurs?
Yeah, does that happen? Like name a case. If you're so passionate about it, name a case. That shit, I'm sure it's happened, but I'm also sure a cis man has done the same thing. It's not because they're trans. People assault people because they're bad people, not because they're trans. Nobody's transitioning to assault people. That's the dumbest thing I've ever
That's right.
heard.
Courtney says that's not a trans issue. That's a creep issue. Think about the fact that what you're really saying, Scott, is that there is a creep out there that would just love to go into the girl's bathroom and assault a woman, but
They can just do that anyway.
But because the law says you can't, thank God, they're going to jump through the hoops of becoming a trans woman
so that they can legally assault people.
Right, I mean, you're right. It's like the
You know, in the law, when
logic
it says that
does
you can't
not
assault people
track.
unless you're the same sex.
The logic doesn't track. It just doesn't.
It's all just fucking like It's like fucking like brainworm shit. It's like, are you guys serious? Like, you guys believe this? Like, they like, nobody researches anything anymore. I guess I sound like an old person. Nobody researches anything anymore. But like, it's just like nobody bothers to like fact check anything. They just believe whatever.
Expertise.
They just believe whatever they hear, and then they don't bother to look it up, and it pisses me off because it's just like one simple Google search, but they want to believe it. They want a reason to hate trans people because it makes them we make them uncomfortable, and they want to have a reason for that because otherwise they feel like they're just an asshole, which they are. But they can fix that by educating themselves. But they're all fucking 5 years old and they don't want to because it's boring or something.
And I get that as well. But and again, I don't know if this guy's lying or not, but I'm going to take him at face value. There's no reason not to take him at face value. But guy who's bored says he's a doctor. Okay, so I'll play along, and I'm sure he is. I don't think he's not a doctor, but I'm only saying that because it's disgusting how little we respect education and expertise. This guy's a doctor, and he's saying to you, you've got a trans man in the chat, and you've got a fucking doctor, and the doctor says, sexuality and gender have been fluid since ancient times. The idea of binary genders is newer than otherwise. Also, who the fuck wants to transition to assault someone? They just assault them anyway.
Literally.
And yet you've got a doctor saying it, you've got a trans man saying it. Why?
Can we ask why they care? Can we ask why these people care?
Well, I think the answer would be they go, well, we want to support.
I want them to.
Okay. I
want them to tell us because I want to see the reasoning why they think any of this matters to them.
Well, okay. Go ahead. Answer if you guys don't mind answering Calvin's question, Scott, or anybody else. I mean, I understand what they'll say, but I think their heart may even be in the right place, some of them. But I think the ones, for many conservative, trans issues and a manifestation of decadence in society. Well, that's Black Gus says for many conservatives, trans issues is just a manifestation of decadence in society. What's weird about that comment is I think what you're saying, Black Gus, and I'm not sure if I'm reading it right, is that the conservative ideology there says, well, you have to have rules, otherwise you can do whatever you want, which would to me suggest you've got a bunch of conservative gay folks and trans folks that are keeping it really in the closet. Because
it's the same thing when they act like you can choose to be gay, and it's like, if you chose to be straight, I have news.
Yeah.
If you actively were like, I'm not going to be attracted to men, I'm going to be attracted to, it's like,
yeah.
Oh.
Let me tell you, as a cis straight man, I didn't choose to be attracted to women, and I didn't choose to be attracted to certain kinds of women. It just is what it is. There's not like a day they pull you aside in 6th grade and say, well, we're at the crossroads, folks. What do you want?
It's also funny because there are no rules. It's fake.
Kevin, I'm not going to read that, Kevin, but that's good. Keep going, Calvin.
It's not real. Gender and sexuality, I mean, are as real as any other made-up concept, but it's like, yeah, there are no rules to them because they're concepts. They're more guidelines than anything, but you don't have to be one. You know what I mean? It's like you have to have skin. You have skin. But you don't have to be one of the binary genders that some people were like, these are the ones now. Because also the people who are like, well, but there's only 2 sexes and sex and gender, same thing. Not true. But the people who say that, what about intersex people? If that's true, then that means non-binary people can exist because intersex people exist. So by their definition, non-binary people would be intersex people. Like it's just all, I don't know, stupid. It's all stupid,
I think
I'm rambling.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but I think I'm real says there are no rules. Yes, there absolutely are rules. What type of sexual relationship results in life and continued existence of the human species? Who gives a shit?
That's a nerd answer.
Well, I mean that makes this. I mean, I think I'm real. I understand your point, but it assumes that everybody gets together or makes decisions or are born simply for the same reason. If you care a lot about human existence and perpetuating the species, great. Then do that. And if you are a gay man,
don't shove it down my throat, though.
Right? Yeah, there you go. You know, but that doesn't mean, I mean, you know, and like the doctor was saying, there's a lot of, there's a lot of gender fluidity or trans or the trans ideology. That's the wrong word. Trans people that have been around since the beginning, and in the animal kingdom as well. When it comes to
there are animals that can change their sex. I think clownfish can. If their wife dies, if the male clownfish, if the female dies, they're just like, well, I'm gonna transition now. And then they do.
But again, hi, I think I'm real. It doesn't matter though. Intersex says intersex conditions are not another sexuality.
I didn't call them a sexuality.
But it doesn't matter though, because you're arguing. Hi, I think I'm real with a trans man. This is the choice. End of the day, this is the choice he has made as a fellow human on the planet with you. Why not? Why isn't your response, "Hi, I think I'm real"? Cool. I have okay.
Unless you think there's something wrong with it. In
Like
which case
what
I'd
do
love
you
to hear.
what do you care? And I don't mean that like it's none of your business, although it's not. But we're having a conversation, so it kind of is. What does it matter? Let's say every trans person on the planet has a mental disease and blah 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 and all, you know. But the only thing that has been found to help with that pain, to lower the suicide rate amongst people who are suffering from gender dysphoria, is some sort of gender affirming care. So why do you know, leave people alone, let them live their lives?
It's because people can't handle being uncomfortable.
Yeah.
They can't handle not knowing something. So if they just be like, this is bad. Okay, that's all the nuance I need. I'm going to go about my day now. I feel so much more comfortable.
Right.
Because
yeah.
It's the same reason people don't want to research it, because they just don't want to feel uncomfortable, and they don't want to. They want to admit that they were wrong ever. That, you know what I mean? It's just like people are just.
I don't know where
it's
that
an issue
came
of
from.
It's like you're doing it on purpose. You could educate yourself, but you're not going to because you don't want to.
What makes sense, says the doctor guy, is there? It says it makes sense about propagating the species, but is there less worth to someone because they won't be able to propagate another generation? Why not
go
just
tell that to an infertile woman?
Why not
That'd
just
be a
be
good
accepting
idea.
and kind to the people that are here with us now? Right. It's in what he says back. He says, well, I care because I care about the truth. And it's like,
What truth?
what truth? The fact, I mean,
Truth social? I don't know, man.
Calvin is Calvin. I don't really care. End of the day.
What is it? What do you want me to do about it? You think I should just detransition? You think that'd be a good idea?
Yeah, end of the day, he's a great human. You're lucky to be sharing the planet with him. Okay?
Yeah.
End of the fucking day, what is it? You know, that's his reality. He's not trying to make you deny your reality. Just he doesn't.
But I am trying to go in the bathrooms and assault people.
That's
so.
true. That's true.
It's just so much fun.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't get it. Scott says, he goes, I don't care if you're trans or anyone's trans. It's when guys could abuse the trans ideology to go fake being trans and enter women's spaces. You can do that already.
It's so funny because it's just like I don't like roly polies because they could crawl on me and I'd be sad. They're not gonna like that was a bad analogy again.
It's terrible.
But
Colin. That was terrible.
horrible analogy.
Let's bring in Paladin
However-
Waffles. Can we bring in somebody with the last name Waffles?
Yeah, all right.
Paladin Waffles, what's going on, buddy?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, yeah, so I had called in once a long time ago, so this is my second time calling in.
Thank you for calling
But-
back. I appreciate it.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about something. It's kind of more positive. I'm not going to be so argumentative. I don't believe. I'm a fan of Colin's channel.
I am too.
And that's how I found your stuff. And of course, I'd played the God of War games too, but that was how I found your stuff. And I'm also a fan of Asmongold as well. I do follow his stuff.
Okay. A lot of people do.
Yeah. And so like, I don't know. Now the woman with the orange hair or the ginger hair, I don't know who she is really. But like the Asmongold situation, I don't know.
I don't know the Asmongold situation. I don't have any real issue with the guy. I've not watched any of the videos he's made about me after the fact. I was trying to hook up with him and just say, hey, let's have a conversation on stream. That might be fun. But, you know, he's a big guy. He doesn't need me. So he, you know, whatever.
Sure.
So I'm not really following what he's saying about me. The only thing I know about him is he was under the impression that when I said grifters were part of the reason that Dragon Age Veilguard didn't sell, I did see that clip because that's what I responded to, that he seemed to think he was convinced I was talking about him and I just wouldn't name him. And I'm like, do you know me?
I mean, hate when people do that.
Yeah, clearly he doesn't know me and that's fine. But I'm like, I wouldn't be afraid to say your name. I was talking about Grums and after that, I kind of backed out of the whole thing, not with Vera Dark, but with him. Cause I don't really know what's going on with him in my content.
Yeah. It's just disappointing as a fan of his channel and your channel. It's just like, it just sucks to see this kind of like, it feels like it's a collective dog pile that's happened.
Oh yeah. It's just for whatever it's worth. It doesn't bother me. My channel's grown because of it. Most of it's theater. The only person that I really took issue with, and I'm not going to say his name, was not like Vera Dark, even though I don't agree with her. It wasn't Asmongold, you know. It's one guy who basically retweeted Matt Walsh, where Matt Walsh was talking about wiping trans ideology off the face of the earth. And the fact,
okay, I didn't know about this. I'm out of Twitter, so
yeah. And this guy retweeted that, and I'm just like, okay, that guy I genuinely have a real life problem with. Everyone else, you know, whatever. I don't really give a shit.
Wiping trans ideology off the face of the earth is a very interesting way to phrase that.
Yeah, and then a lot of them get upset that it's like you call everybody Nazis. It's like, buddy, that's pretty fucking close to being a Nazi.
I don't even think Matt Walsh would deny it. He'd be like, yeah. I don't know anything about Matt Walsh, but I feel like he would. I feel like he.
No, I've seen Matt. No, Matt Walsh said it. He said it in front of the Supreme Court this week, and then this guy retweeted it, and I'm like, buddy, I think you got to go home and wash your hood because it's getting dirty. You know. I mean,
how exactly are you going to wipe out? You know, what's the plan?
Why would you want to do that? It's just, and then people come back and say, well, they don't want to wipe out the trans people. They just want to wipe out the ideology. Really?
Yeah, girl, what does that mean?
Okay, I'm going to wipe out all the Christian ideology. How's that feel?
No, you can't do that.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's what Nazis do. They
I gotta
did it
give
with
Ace water. I'm gonna be right back.
All right, they did it with the Jews. You know, the Klan did it with the black folks.
Right.
But sorry, you know, if it walks like a fucking Nazi, it's a fucking Nazi, and he can go fuck himself. But the other one, Asmongold, you know, whatever, Vera Dark even, you know.
Did Walsh say that, or was it
Walsh said it. He's on record saying it. He posted a video of it saying it, and this guy retweeted it. And I'm like, all right, you're a piece of shit, dude. You're not just some fun, theatrical, over-the-top guy on YouTube that totally disagrees with me and I disagree with him. You're a real piece of shit. And
there was a great clip of Colin kind of blowing out Matt Walsh with I don't remember what it was, but Walsh was trying to get involved in some kind of gaming topic and, you know, some kind of like, you know, this is woke, that's woke, whatever. And Colin said he put his foot down. He said, no, you are an anti-culturalist weirdo. And I want like, you know, conservative people or anyone that is like adjacent to that in this space. I don't want them to have anything to do with you. I think he said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. And that's what I said when I, like this guy, it's like, you can have your opinion, but if one of your opinions is you want to wipe trans people off the earth or Jews or Muslims or white people or black people or any people, just because they're not you or because you don't like them, get the fuck out of my channel. You are not welcome here at all. Nobody wants you, fucking Nazi piece of shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, people will draw those kinds of lines when it comes to politics. It's like, you know, like people talk about, you know, far left ideology being really bad when it's like it's almost like when you reach the point where you're advocating murder. That is like the line. So when you're a communist, that's like eat the rich type talk, but you really mean it in a way that's like very scary, then you know, things like that. And it would be the same with racist people, because racist people, they tend to be, you know, so unhinged. It's never just like, I mean, there are people that will say racist things that are insensitive or that are, you know, problematic or whatever, that they might be like a lower scale in the racism. But most people that are racist, like they are all in, you know, like
I'm with you.
It seems like it, like, you know, people that are truly racist, they, especially with something like anti-Semitism as an example, like that's the one where it's like when someone's anti-Semitic, like they want to kill people,
I
or they
mean,
want to.
You know, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's just like, dude, you know, and but again, they're brainwashed. I mean, I've had people come at me because, you know, even though I'm not Jewish, I have Jewish lineage, blood on my dad's side, and I'm just like, dude, trust me, if I controlled the media, I'd have a much bigger fucking stream. You know, I mean, what are you talking about? You know,
It's the psychology of anti-Semitism is completely crazy. So I converted to Catholicism later in life, and I studied a lot of like different religions online, and the relationship that Christianity had with Catholicism, or that Christianity had with Judaism, and the anti-Semitism and the history of that, and you know how that all kind of ties back into when you reach 1930s, 1940s, and like the hate for Jewish people is so deeply like psychotic and pathological. Like, I mean, Hitler was saying things like Jews are devils incarnate.
yeah,
and
and
things like
rats
that, which
and roaches and
which by the way, you can track some of that back to popes from the Renaissance that were saying similar things, like Jews have cursed blood because of Jesus, and killing Jesus, like they're cursed. But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
We need to evolve a lot quicker. It's ridiculous, these fucking fairy tales that we hate each other because. I don't give a fuck what you believe, but come on. Anyway, thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Good call, man. Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Anytime. Listen to this, Calvin. This guy says, Scott says, I'm saying the trans ideology gives people the go-ahead to do things like enter women's bathrooms, whereas before it wouldn't be tolerated. Now it can be.
Can he explain trans ideology?
Well, more importantly, Scott, it's not like assaulting anyone, men or women, anywhere was allowed before. And
Nobody accepts
it
that.
was never tolerated. It was always illegal.
It's literally not a trans person issue. It's literally
Right.
not.
It is. It's a
and if you
creepy
think
person's
that,
issue.
then you might be a little transphobic. And they're
Right.
gonna get mad if I say that, but I don't care. So
yeah, well,
I just want to. What is transgender ideology? Can you maybe explain in detail so I can hear what you think that is? Because
yeah, I don't know what he means.
Because what?
I don't know what he means. Maybe he believes it's
Because
like,
as a trans person, if I don't know what that means, I
Right.
feel like maybe it's not a real. Maybe it's not.
yeah, but don't you go to meetings?
A little
though,
bit of a
where-
boogeyman.
Yeah, but you go to meetings where they give you the agenda, right? Don't you guys have?
Yeah.
the
I got my.
agenda?
It's my job. They gave me $1 million, and I'm just like, make every child trans and make the drag queens read 50 Shades of Grey
Excellent.
to the children in the libraries.
Well, listen to this. Here's an answer for you. Hi, this is Real says trans ideology purports that gender is self-assigned and variable at will. It may be.
Okay.
It may be.
And you don't like that?
It doesn't matter.
What's the okay? And then name the bad thing about it.
I'm saying, says Scott, a straight guy can use the trans issue in order to abuse it under its guise, whereas before it wouldn't be tolerated. So
Well, okay, you still need an example.
it
You're
doesn't
just
make
saying
any
things.
sense. What you're saying is then a straight guy in the past, if he put on a dress and said he was a woman and snuck into a woman's bathroom and assaulted a woman, that wouldn't be tolerated. But
That's still not tolerated. Nobody tolerates.
That's not tolerated now.
It's just like it's such. It's like, This is like believing there's a monster under your bed.
Yeah.
You're 5. Not to be rude. I am being rude on purpose though, so I guess actually to be rude. Yeah. But it's fake. You're just falling for it because you don't want to research anything.
And again, a lot of things can be abused. Scott says, I'm saying it can be abused. Well, okay.
Everything can be abused.
Great. You want to take people's rights away and make them feel like shit? Because
Yeah, man, the fact that bathrooms exist could be abused for that. You want to take away bathrooms now? Is that what's happening? Anything can be abused.
No.
It's kind of just a bad argument. Like, do you like? I like sit there, read your words over, think about your words, and then try to maybe make sense of that because they don't. The things you're saying, you're just making things up and getting mad about it, like every motherfucker on Twitter does. You're acting like Twitter.
Hang on. we go.
It's just kind of loser behavior.
What about straight guys who use being straight to attack other straight men? I mean, right? People are just assholes.
Well, they could.
Yeah. All right. These YouTubers are abusing and taking advantage of people's sensitivity and hate towards control and gaming and woke. I agree with that. All right. All right, Calvin, I'm done. Are you done? Let's get these final chats in the waiting room here. Let's bring some final people in because I'm getting tired. Who's this in the waiting room? What's up? You want to talk?
Hello.
Hello. Who is this again?
It's me. I have talked with you before.
This is the Russian guy.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
buddy. All right, I'll bring you back later. Thanks, man.
Okay.
All right. I think we got everybody. I guess they don't want to think. Yeah. All right.
We got all these people.
All right, fellas. Thank you so much, Calvin. That was fun. Did you have a good time or you hated it? Because I know you're not.
That was cool.
All
I
right.
I didn't know what you guys were talking about when you started talking about video games. But
Right. Wait, can I read a question to Calvin? Sure. What do you got?
Let's hear it.
It takes a second. There's a delay. Good talking to you, Brad, as always, buddy. Go ahead, Ravnos. What is it? I'll read it to him. Fuck you, Ravnos. Ravnos, what's your question? Hello, Ricardo.
He's shy.
Doug, I agree with you 1,000%. He says, regardless of sex or gender is determined by a doctor at birth or the human after, can't we just be nice to each other and coexist? Of course, that's the goal. It's ridiculous.
It's so funny that anybody cares.
Yeah. PK says the question is, hey, Jaffe, you want to play Call of Duty? That's right. Are you going to, I don't know if Ravnos is going to type anything or not now. Are you typing,
You might
typing
maybe
a
want to
fucking-
ask me out on a date.
He's typing a fucking novel. Right, Doug, I agree. This is one of the issues that distract people from class war that actually affects us. Here's this question. Cal, is trans about sex or gender?
Is trans about sex or gender?
Like, to be trans, are you saying you don't feel like the sex you were assigned at birth? Or is it about, I guess what he's saying is, like, who you're attracted to? I think
well,
that's
it's
what I think
definitely
that's
not
what he
about who
means.
you're attracted to.
I think that's what he means when he says sex or gender.
Okay, I don't because if he's asking literally about sex and gender, it's about both. But if he's asking about sexuality and gender, why would it be about sexuality? It's not. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
to
I'm
me.
not. But he may not be asking that. I'm not sure what.
Yeah,
he's-
let's get a clarifying question here. Because I don't know what you're asking.
I like this very convincing argument from Hi, I'm Real. Hi, I think I'm real. He says, by the way, Jaffe, God is not a fairy tale. He is real, whether you like it or not.
We gotta convert. We gotta convert right now.
I don't care if he's real. I great. Let him be real. Fantastic.
Okay. Wait,
well,
what's that even in response to?
Probably something I've said in the past, which is fine. I mean, I'm great. If God is real,
If God is real, then he made trans people.
right. And if God is real, he probably thinks I'm the knees bees. He probably thinks I'm awesome. I'm a good dude. I treat people
God
nice.
is real, and he likes to give me presents and say nice things to me.
Yeah, no, that's Santa Claus, which is actually your parents.
Oh.
Shh.
I got confused. They
Right.
both had like white hair.
Right. Yeah, I certainly don't believe in the traditional God. Do I believe that there may be some creator, programmer, alien? Maybe. I don't know. You don't know either. Nobody knows. But stop shoving
do,
God
but
down. Stop shoving God down my throat.
Yeah.
It's
I
gross.
actually know the secrets of the universe, but I'm just kind of, I don't want to, I'm not in the mood to like spill all of them right now. So
Right.
You guys have to wait.
Jaffe says JSD, cool people don't say bee's knees. Yeah, well, I'm not cool.
Also, they do.
Are you new here? Anyway.
What do you say? Like, you don't say bee's knees, what else are you supposed to say?
I say it kind of, to be silly and stupid.
I think that more people should be saying the bee's knees. I think more people should be using stupid phrases. I say holy mackerel and holy guacamole all the time, and I think we should start bringing those back. I think everyone should talk like an old-timey cartoon.
I heard Indiana Jones, new Indiana Jones game, say humdinger. I haven't heard humdinger in ages.
See, and we need more of that. We need more of that.
Up. It's okay. You can get up. Listen to this. I'm going to give you this money, Calvin. Johnny Utah just gave you a tip, $50. Thanks, buddy. He says,
You're gonna give me $50?
Yeah, he says, thanks for
I
hanging
like
out.
$50.
Thanks for hanging out with us nerds. David, keep your grubby hands off this jerkwad. It's yours, baby. It's yours. As soon as Google pays me, I'll give you $50. Just remind me though. Thank you, Johnny Utah. Very, very nice. I'm totally going to do that. If it's for Calvin, it's for Calvin. All right, asshole Johnny Utah, you piece of shit.
Did that guy ever give a clarifying question? Or the guy who was like
Ravnos? I don't think
being
so.
trans. Okay, because I still don't know what that guy was talking
I
about.
don't know what he's talking about. He's part of our community. He'll ask later.
Okay.
All right, fellas. Yeah, PK, that's past the P Turtle goal. I'm done. I'm wiped. I'm fried. Calvin, thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys. I'm going to be up tomorrow morning doing a proper Gabbing and Games. We will not talk trans stuff. We will not talk any ideology stuff. We will not talk politics. We got game stuff. I promise you. But I really had fun talking about this. I had fun talking to Calvin and having Tech on and all that. So this was a Gabbing and Games, but obviously it went off the rails. I'm going to make it up to you tomorrow morning. I really appreciate it.
Still to Atlas, though, yeah.
Yeah, I'll drive you over there in the afternoon. That's, 1 before 2, And then I may actually stay up and jump into some Indiana Jones. And if I do that, I will, I'll stream it. Ravnos, ask your question. If you're here, you asked it and Calvin said, I don't know what you're asking.
Yeah, there's a limited time though.
I did 3 times. Well, I'm looking for it, buddy. Isn't trans about sex, not gender? As in gender is social and sex is biological, and gender dysphoria is about sex. That's his question.
It's about both of those. I don't like. Is it about? It's just not a very
Gender is a societal concept. Dogs don't ask. Dogs aren't. Yes, I'm talking about you. Dogs don't think about gender. I mean, they probably don't think about sex either. But sex is more biological. Yes.
So it's about both. It's about being. I'm sorry. It's a weird question. Because I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Is being trans about this? And that's
so basically when you say you don't feel like the sex you were assigned at birth, right?
I don't feel like the gender. I don't feel like the gender that's then what's it called? Pushed onto you based on the sex you're assigned at birth.
Right.
I don't feel like I don't have like a female body, obviously. Doesn't make any sense. But I feel like the gender that goes along with that people put on you, I was like, well, that one's not right.
Yeah.
But I don't think that like my sex is different.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we go. There's your answer. And look, here's the thing.
Because I'm also not the only trans person. So
Calvin's probably though. You're probably the first actual trans person a lot of these folks have ever even spoken to. I mean, I'm serious, and that's
that they know of.
That they know of, and I think that's why representation does matter. I had never met a trans person, and I'm in California for years, but I met a trans person for the first time less than 10 years ago that I know of. Right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So I appreciate
because the we can always tell crowd have a pretty good reputation of never being able to tell.
Well, here's the deal. I appreciate you doing it, Calvin. And here's the deal. I am going to make sure somebody just tipped you $4. I'm going to give you $4. $4.
I like $4.
I'm kidding. You got $50.
Oh.
And then JSD just said for Calvin, he tipped you $5. Holy guacamole. Thanks for being on the show.
Yay. Holy guacamole and $5.
And he's going to want to be on the show all the time now. You son of a bitch. All right. Be well, everybody. See you later. Bye, you guys. All right. I'll be back tomorrow morning, though, with a proper game show. See you then, hopefully. Or tonight with Indiana Jones. Bye.